There we go. Chat window is here, obviously. Wow, that's enormous. Okay. Chat's on the right. TikTok chat. ah, that takes some getting used to. Here on duty, says Vesper. Oh, great. Hi there, Starry. Who else? Oh, it's only you for now. Oh, hello, Firehawk. Kendall. I saw you hanging out with Mecca the other day, if I'm not mistaken. Robbie. What's this? Fry Otter, who comes from TikTok. And Unix. The helpful changeling, hi. Yeah. We goofed around. One letter away from things being different. If you turn the F to an N, I would view Mecca in a very different light. Hello, Sonox. Right. Hi, D. Good morning. Anubis. It's been a while. Speaking of been a while, this is somebody I haven't seen in a while. There you go. Have some Vesper chat.
Miss me?
Is able to join us today. So yeah, it's just another day in the district. Hold on, this seems like a much more interesting angle. Do we go down? Amlix. All right, buddy. What? Is this a better angle? I think it is. No, I'm cropped. There we go. A teeny tiny bit there. Hard to get these cinematic shots right. But yeah, all right. Let's make the stream simmer a while and let the people who are usually here get the opportunity to arrive. But for now, Unix, thank you so much for the subscription. Starting to warm up the stream a bit faster, I see. Siva Folk says, hi, it's a pleasure. I've been watching your videos on Twitter for a while. Oh, my silly little reels. Thank you. Hi there, Slan. Wow. Bunch of regulars here. T. Billy. Yes, DJ Ken. Good morning, DNN. Cottage. Style. I came for the avatar, stayed for the voice. Why Vincent Kaisel? I've seen you in my streams before. You're right. So where were we? I was tempted to stream at my usual hour of 2:30 a.m. I was actually awake and no, I slept before midnight. I listened to my body for once. I said, you know what? You need to have like a proper-ish sleeping schedule. And that's what I tried and followed. It seems to be working. I feel better. Not sure if it's preferable to you guys though, but oh well. Yep. Nah, don't worry. See you around, Kaisel. Happy and hello. Nice to meet you too. How are you today? Wait, the music seems a bit somber, doesn't it? There we go. The usual. It's already 3 a.m. here. I'm working nights, so works for me, says Lance. I'm glad I can keep you company while passing the time. Ah, there, okay. I'm not going to deny anybody's sleep, says Kendall, unless they're on duty. Hello, night shift workers over at Europe. Ooh, my arm seems a bit sore. Why if it isn't Carol? My goodness, really? 3 streams in a row you come and show up. Don't get me wrong, I'm always happy to see you here. Always eager to see more of your doodles and art. I wonder what you've been working on as of late. Well-renowned person like you is probably swamped with a ton of commissions and whatnot. Maybe. I think. I'm not sure. I didn't check. It's an assumption. I'm just going to leave this here. Oh, Spike Spy. Oh, what do you mean? I didn't know, man. Yup, working on models. Ooh, right. So I take it we'll be seeing you in VR chat sooner than later. I would be intrigued what you would use as a base. Unless you're like building things from scratch. My goodness. We're visiting the days I had to build something straight up from a cube. Ooh. Oh, a 2D model. Alright, okay. As you can see, Kato, Vesper here is a big fan of your art as well. She's totally into the aesthetic that you're into. She's a big dork towards the whole rib cage and seeing the insides thing. There's one avatar she showed me before. Is she a dragon? Yes, she is. She just fancies wearing her hat tonight. Is she a dragon or a cat? She's more... Trust me, she's more draconic than I am.
Yeah, I'm not gonna show off the wings though. I'm too close to a wall. You know, smack.
What's this playing? Corn dog in the shower.
Corn dog in the shower?
You have not heard of that song? Alright, I'll play it just this once.
No.
It's 1 minute and 16 seconds. Oh yes, if I 3D, I'll build it from scratch. First time catching a stream, love the videos. Welcome to the stream, dead man. What I mean. I don't know why, but your smile is just intoxicating. You're very pleasant to look at. You see, that's the benefit of brushing your teeth regularly. You get a winning smile. Don't take my watch. I'm not gonna take your watch. I have my own. Forever stuck at January 10. Anyway, that was the song. Go back to the usual. Now, all right. Reading back on our messages. Have you heard Microwave Popcorn by Bo Burnham? That one's funny too. I will have to check that, Unix. Every time Geb smiles, I smile back. You better be smiling, because I smile a lot. Fallout Wanderer says, hello, first time viewer here. Well, pull up a chair, put a blanket over you if you're already on a chair or a bed, and make yourself comfortable. What's this? Oh, you're live. I love the sign on your avatar, says Koneko. But thank you. Same goes to you, Stratmere. What's this? Matthew says, I still have 4 more hours to go, so I'll stay alongside the boss until check-in time. You see, Matthew here is actually taking a flight. Well, is it correct to call it a delayed flight because you missed your first one? So Matthew here is taking a flight from Italy to wherever he's supposed to go. The coin, yes, jingle jangle, but here it's flipping. My little digital metronome, my audio on beat, my little hypnotism tool. Just joking. How do I describe this? Sets the pace of the string. Subconsciously. Either that or I'm just making things up and I really just like flipping shiny things with 2 sides of them. What is happening in the back? It is probably day 34,521 of XL and small bickering over a unknown topic. Probably talking about the latest gossip. Oh, have you heard of somebody renaming themselves twice? What was it? Something about Cinnamon Lollipop Pro Max.
Apparently, according to Mystics, they change conversation of like what they argue about constantly. They never stop finding something to argue about.
They never stop, do they? I'm not sure if it's like programming at this point or it's really their nature. But seeing as the robots here are actually all sentient, just probably ignoring me on purpose, I'm sure it is a organic topic of discussion. Hi, Skyards. What's this? Succubus is asking, I need to ask, how do you get yourself to look so good? Is it the shader, the world, the camera? You know, just like a well-prepared meal or breakfast. In that case, you have your perfectly cooked egg, bacon, ham, or sausages, and your nice hot steaming rice or mashed potatoes. AKA, it's a culmination of various ingredients that are well put together. The angles, I actually have to compromise. I can't show everything, not with your funny vertical thing on TikTok. On the other side, it's like wider. Ooh, almost forgot. How do you do the coin flip? Oh. I mean, it seems to be a fairly common question, isn't it?
I mean, Kev just takes his thumb and flicks.
Honestly, look, it's not hard, pal. Look, I'm gonna show you. So you grab your sticky coin on your hands. Sticky, look, it's not falling, right? Clench. Thumbs up, thumbs down, catch. Rinse and repeat, probably an average of 3,000 times per stream. And that's the coin flip. Flick your thumb. Or if you like, flick it towards you. Hold on. Shit, that's such a waste of coin. Totally didn't pick up the coin from the dirty ass ground. I can just imagine.
It's a sticky coin, not sticky paws.
So we're gonna have Caro over there. It's like, all right, ready? 1, 2, 3. And it's like, that was the funniest thing. You know, speaking of funny things, we're on the topic of discussion anyway. I remember seeing those funny little creatures on your drawings. I've always wondered what they are because they are absolutely adorable, is all I know. No, thank you, Kiliak. And what's this? Skyware Dash. Wow, what is with your ever so complex naming scheme? That's fantastic. Ah, yes, my limbs. Limbs? Is that what you call it? Little blobs with faces and the teeny tiny cardly dog limbs. They are lizard adjacent creatures. There we go. Have you seen the limbs, Bess? They're really cute actually.
No, I haven't
Sometimes.
seen it before actually.
So you go through like Karos, like Twitter, and then sometimes you're gonna from aside from like the serious like feels ardent and mildly edgy, you're gonna see like the little doodles, the creep. It's really cute. They're think of them
I
at
don't
like
think I've watched close. I've like looked close enough to even see them yet. But I
You
do
do.
need to check out the Twitter again.
they have the popcorn feet. Is that what you call it? The cardly dog thing, where it's just like 1, 2, and then 3, and then it's like attached to like an arm. They do seem like little beans you would snuggle in bed in plushies. Oh, don't even talk about plushies. See that girl over there sitting by the crates is an enormous plushie collector at this point. How many do you have in your bed?
Yeah. Over 30.
Over 30, Chan.
And I've got like 2 whole bins of just stuffed animals too.
There you have it. So when she turns old into a grandma, she's gonna transition from stuffed toys to being like a taxidermist because it's like the IRL, the realistic version of things.
I mean, gosh, okay, so I already like the whole skull, like animal skulls. I guess but I get older, I take it one step further with actual taxidermy.
Yeah, I remember. She has skulls in her cupboard. Yes. What time do you usually stream? Ask Rue. Oh my goodness. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. As for the time, it varies. I think I will be streaming at this hour from now on instead of the usual afternoon for you Americans or sometime evening for the Europeans. I stream when I stream. Yes. I do my best. No, the one thing I can promise is 50% of the time, I stream at least 3 times per week. I target MWF, but for most you viewers, that's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Best person on my side now. It seems Matthew too likes plushies. Also, the Fennec Fox just became a 13. Wow, TikTok, tell me what that is. Why are you cutting off my. A 13-month subscriber. Why, thank you, Ozu. 13 months? How long have I been streaming?
Over a year now.
Definitely more than 13 months, probably. I remember now. I was a 2D VTuber circa December or November of 2023. And then I stopped because I told myself, Geb, take this month or 2 to studying how to make a 3D avatar from scratch. And I did that, a month of all-nighters. And I cobbled something manageable. If you saw it, you saw it. It's still the same thing. I used the same tie. And lo and behold, I started becoming 3D January. And I started becoming VR chatty March. He gained that. It was one dimension at the time. When I learned how to do live 2D cubism, it works for certain applications. But for what I needed to do, which is just chatting streams, which is by nature dull, uh, I can only do so much while just doing this. You know what I mean? Look. I'm not dissing on 2D VTubers. I used to be one. Okay? And I know how hard it is. You know, I'm absolutely amazed by 2D models that have absolutely crazy layering and whatnot, to the point that they can do like a proper like walk cycle. Like that. And it would look correct. That's amazing. I can't believe he hates us 2D. No, of course not. No. Look, I'm actually not saying one form of presentation is better than the other. We have our 3D VTubers, which works great. We have our live 2D ones, which frankly I think work better for art streams. I have a friend and she stuck to a GIF tuber, so like an animated PNG for years, and it actually works better than her 3D thing. I guess it's less distracting and your art style can be conveyed more accurately with your avatar. In my case though, this looks fantastic. It's great. It's a world. It's living. I'm part of a scene. But I can't exactly use this when I'm, like, for example, playing games and whatnot. It's not gonna translate well. But it's perfect for just chatting applications such as this. Life is cold and cruel. I will never... You need to tag us when you get your model done, Caro. Siva says, are you excited for Marvel's Tokon fight? I have never heard of this. What is that? A fighting game, maybe? Hi, Mr. Monster. What's this? If you made this model yourself, I'm legitimately impressed. Oh, I did not make this. This is an amalgamation of three different, well, more of two. Between the Hyanid and the Vulper. The thing is, I did some funny anatomical splicing and a whole bunch of plastic surgery in order to get how this looks the way it is. Yes, Aiden Yates. That's Vesper. She's busy moderating chat, as she is also keeping me company on stream. So if you see her eyes focus somewhere else, she's probably sifting through your messages being sent. I wonder who's spamming. I wonder who I can ban today. I hope I can make my quota of 15 slays this stream, says Vesper. Okay, we're being watched. Yes, that's her job. Ain't it nice having your moderator just watching like a hawk, all perched up on her very high budget triple tower seating? Says the guy sitting on an old stool. The Kaziel says, I saw you from your reel talking about your accent. I really like the way you look. It pops out. Thanks. What's this? My goodness, if it isn't Mechatronic Dragon. Alright, another bad life advice redeemed. Let's read the message. Hi Geb, long time robot, first time gluten consumer. I hope your tummy is okay. Slightly random question. When modeling in Blender, what should I do if the default Blender cube has gained sentience while crafting something? Number 1. Bad life advice? Close the application and pretend nothing happened. But if Blender reopens itself by some mysterious means, oh yeah, you're yeah, goodbye, farewell. But good life advice is listen to what it wants to say. Who knows? Could be your friendly companion cube. Bye bye, nice knowing you. Speaking of bye bye, Sakato cursed our moderator here. She dispersed back into the aether. Either that or she had to run and grab a snack. Or probably a bathroom break. Matthew says Mecha saw the blender man already. It's coming for you. He's near. Nobody can hide from him. Nobody can. But yes. Unix asked if he could transform into your OC, but it was irreversible. Do it. Transform into my OC. I already am myself. How much more integrated can I be? What's this? How are you, Mecha? What have you been up to? Do you want to hang out after stream perchance or catch up on a conversation or two? Now no, it has to have the proclamation. Now I can sit on the boxes, says Cal. Yeah, that box. Yeah. It's all yours. It's nice, it's cozy, it's 75% recyclable. Perfect for your needs. And it's modular too. You're short, just take 2 stacks on top away. You're medium, well, just put 1 stack on top. If you want to lean on it, put all 3 stacks on top of each other. And then you have your Leany Boxy Pro Max. Are you a box salesman? Let me show you something real quick. So, oh gosh, I already hit the limit on the cameras. Dang. Oh well. For now, you shall stare at the empty box. You see this box over there? Yes, that box. This funny box over here. Mecha used to sit there like a cat, huddling his knees, squishing his tail, and somehow making his 6'9" frame fit within that. His 6'9" mechanical frame. He's a very tall Australian fellow. It sounds like you would make a good radio host. I wonder if I can enable that feature where like callers can like call on the chat like yes. Oh, yeah, sure. All right. What's your request? No, I'm just joking. No music requests. I want one now. Should I switch careers, Chan? Should I stop investigating the anomalous and instead push these mundane rectangular corners as my product of sale? Wegu says it took about 13 years of my life to finally have a favorite animal. A fox. I could never decide before, but I'm glad you found your preferred furry critter of choice. How was your day today, says Buster Noah. I'm doing okay. Yuki Irigawa says, gosh, I need that VR setup. The face tracking is incredible. Oh, if only my stream consistency was as smooth as my facial delivery. I still have yet to squash the bug as to why it says, oh, did you know, Geb, that your encoder is overloaded? Hence, I'm gonna make your stream stutter for half a second every minute and a half. Rippers. You know, some of my friends have thumbs down there. They can like grip stuff with yes. Huh. Hello, Goofa. That's a robot. Eat Tadorinori asks, I did want to ask, what coin do you use for your avatar? Unsure if you have it listed anywhere, but I'm indeed curious. This is the fantastic creation of none under but not what? How do you say it in English? In the beginning, none other than Lindy herself. It's in Gumroad. Oh, hi there. I'm totally not gonna read your name, but I'm still going to reply to your gorgeous greeting. Look at you making lives better one tip at a time. What are you talking about, but that's supposed to be a reply? I tried setting up the tipping reminder, but that apparently did not get set up properly. Yes, it's a Quest Pro. Why would you want me to endorse a Ford? How's Delta Force going, boss? I was tempted to go play last night, but I took it upon myself to go fix a few shader quirks instead. I wasn't being properly illuminated in light volume worlds the way I wanted it to be. So I had to roll back Poyomi to 9.1 instead of 9.2, but I have an alternate avatar that actually has 9.2 when necessary. Robbie laments the fact that they missed out on one of these headsets, the MetaQuest Pro, because they would love to have proper facial tracking one day. Right? But I am the opposite. I bought this thing too early. I got scared. I paid the full price of like $1,400. Yeah, that's it. Don't be me. Yeah. You see, oh my goodness. In the Philippines, the MetaQuest Pro back then was being sold for roughly 79,000 pesos. So, $1,000 is like 50 something thousand pesos. So, around. Now you can get it for like half the price. It's like, oh. Hi there, Inky Spots. He looks like a badass mafia boss. Me, a mafia boss. Me, who sits on a wooden stool in the middle of the street. Yeah, if I was the poorest one, probably. Oh my goodness, she disappeared again. You know, speaking of Quest Pros, I'm fairly certain a certain Matthew Sunseeker was in a rush to buy it before his local distributor runs out of stock. And that was 2 months ago. Anubis says they might be confusing you with the wolf. What do you mean? I probably am not seeing your messages. Oh, the mafia boss? No, I think the wolf takes that. He's a friend, by the way. He takes the role oh so much better than I do. I'm gonna let him handle all the underground shady stuff. I'm more of a city walker sort of deal. If your persona could be in a TV series of its own creation, what genre would it be and your backstory? Have you ever watched The Naked Gun with Leslie Nielsen? You know, that old guy. God bless this man's soul, as they say. Yes. It would probably be a parody, funny, comedy sort of deal. VR chat not having with you today, Ves. Oh dear. Robbie says, Rob Bipple. I'm sorry. When I read your name like Bipple, I think of like something else. Robbie says, I willingly use the Quest Pro to test my own creations, but having extra expressions must be awesome. Yes. Hello, handsome, says Christopher, with a very sticky wink and an eye roll. How's that go? Why, thank you, sentient mirror. I must. John Devon. Good morning, Neon. I'm glad to see you here. Do that full fang smile again. Oh, you mean my Colgate smile? Minty fresh. Man, I need to. One of these days, I'm gonna invite my friends over to a certain VR chat world. You know, the Palace of Popcorns, and we're most probably going to be watching Naked Gun. Maybe pick up like a thing or two. You can see where my comedy comes from. You see, I grew up watching comedy flicks from the 90s. We have like Eddie Murphy. We have, oh my goodness, who else? Man, I can't remember their names now. Yeah, but I need almusal. Almusal translates to breakfast in Filipino. What should I get? If you are watching your weight, do not, and I repeat, do not get fried rice or bread. I like the part when the bad guys run over by the press mower and then the orchestra. What was it, that part where it was so slow and then the guy was already yelling, ah, and it takes like 2 minutes before he actually gets run over? I was stressed, but now I'm not. Welcome to my streams, where it's cheaper than therapy and payment is absolutely optional, but encouraged. I'm broke, chat. Meta, Steam, Vive took all my money. Now I am reduced to streaming in, well, here. In the streets of District Roboto, yes. I am right outside Chef's restaurant, actually. That is actually Chef's door. You see that? The one with the funny Asian drapery on top. The one that's red. Now, I would normally stream in cozy and warm, but I wouldn't want to impose on him all the time, don't I? Is fried rice good for breakfast? Absolutely not. Doodled myself on the rightful throne. Will I see this on the Discord? I need to see this. The throne. Oh my god. Wait, oh, Mecha DM'd me. Mecha used to sit. He made a doodle too that is he's in the box. That is the funniest thing. Oh my goodness. If there was just a quick way I could share images on my OBS, like dragging and dropping things. Alright, where were we? Memes, quotes, your art. I am checking. I'm on the box. John, thank you. I saw that. I saw that. But how do you draw so fast? How? Like, if I were to draw this using my rather limited art skills, I would take at the very minimum 4 hours. But look at the flow. Look at the handsome squared shoulder. I would love to see this in VR chat. I am such a sucker for like the tight thighs and the legs. I'm a Matthew Vesper, you know this. I'm very much a leggy person. Very much a leggy person. You know what? I'm gonna take the extra effort. I'm gonna show you and Mecha's drawing. Save image. I'm a what? I'm a leggy person. Look, most people, they like these. Other people, they like these. I like these legs. My goodness, image. The file name defaults to image. Image. There we go. And then we're gonna download Mecha's one. It's too cute not to. Come on, this. I mispronounce you. We toss in a number random 7 there, so it's not the same file name. And then we add an image. We're gonna call it Artsies. Okay. Browse. Oh my goodness. We're treading the dangerous grounds, which is my downloads. Please, please don't upload the wrong image. I think I did it, chat. I think I did it. All right, let's put it here. This is what Kato made. This thing. As you can observe, it's clearly that part. Oh my god, it's so janky using VR chat controllers. There we go. There we go. If it's almost like 1:1. Let's try and align it. There. Ish, I think. But yes, you see what I mean by I like the leggies. Look at that. Look at that nice dark tight fitting, just angled right with the whippy tail on the left. I'm gonna start sounding strange if I keep on describing it, but yes, there you have it. All right, now discounting that, you know, when I see like art like that, I get like butterflies in my tummy. And of course, the equally charming Mechatronic Dragon. So you see the box below, like that box. Yeah, Mecha drew that. He sent that to me like midlife. That's him. If I could pull up the picture where he actually is inside, I would. Oh my goodness, Mecha. Am I seeing like funny stuff? Now there we go. I'm fairly certain I can do it. Hold on, let's go rummage through my little folder of VR chatiosis. There we go. Upsy daisy. Nope, that is complex 7. That's virality. That's a ton of virality stuff. When did I take that photograph? Was it last May? Little Mecha in a box. It has to be seen. It's too adorable not to be seen. If I can find it, man. I have way too many photographs. Alright, we're gonna go to the Past. This is April. Oh, I think we're getting there. Uh, no, the mecha's not in the box here. I will find it next time. My apologies, chat. But yeah, so you see what I mean by I like leggies. Very yes. Respectfully, yes. Hi there, tokens. Cocker, Julie, Kobe, and who else? Lycos. Bunch of new faces I haven't met before. Welcome to the stream all the same. Alright, Julie, what's your question? What world is this? Hi, Pinky. Oh my goodness, I know a different Pinky and they would not be talking friendly to me. This is called District Roboto. Robbie says, looking at your model is making me want to get back into Unity. But I already spent like 5 hours on that program today. Only 5 hours? I have it perpetually open. It's like, I need to fix that. Why is the multiplier on the lighting higher on the pants than it is on the coat? So that position the best way is always close to the legs. Oh, I'm not even gonna deny it. If you're nice and tall and you have nice, like sleek leggies, you are going to be a thing of adoration to my eyes. Leggies. And coins. Your voice sounds like Puss in Boots from DreamWorks. Again, you know what? I'm gonna make it a point. This weekend, I'm gonna watch the movie. How much was your VR setup, if you don't mind me asking? Ask Nuts from Berserk. Nuts? Shouldn't it be with a G? Alright, because you made me laugh, I'm gonna give you a grain of truth. It is definitely more than $50. We're at 3.9. That's so cool. There's 100 more. I haven't seen you in months. More, I haven't seen you in months, Zan. Dave B says every time I come across your live, it amazes chat as much as I love. Like pocketing all the flattery that you sent me, just relax and take it easy. How many money for those questions you already got, Kim? If I had $1 for every time somebody asked if I was Filipino, how much is your VR? Oh, what headset are you using? I would probably be able to afford another Quest Pro. Oh my goodness. See, Caro is the only one in chat who cares enough for the streamer to drink, and I shall do so. Luckily enough, I prepared my little invisible blueberry container. Okay, let's read messages while drinking. I'm saving for got me there, Matthew. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. Yes, that's true. Don't want me to dry up like a prune. Almost, Matthew, almost. Maybe Anonymous can persuade me, but unfortunately, Anonymous had to book for another expensive flight. Oh well. I water you like a plant. Geb is in a season of drought. That is actually not far from the truth. My electric bills went up by like $100 this month. It's so bad. Maybe because I turned my AC from 21 degrees Celsius to 16 all the time. But I need it, or else I'm gonna cook in my little convection oven of an apartment. Cracking on this is immaculate. Thank you. Oh, look at Sky tossing a. You got that from the vendo machine, haven't you? Around the corner. Saves me the effort of bending over and grabbing the coin. So thank you, Sky. Bad life advice by Dom Nom Nom. How should I quit my programming job that doesn't respect me? It's simple. If you're able to access the database, and assuming computers are on a server on a diskless setup in your workplace, and everybody's running on Windows, you just install Linux on every machine. Or vice versa, you go revert them to the bestest ever version of Windows, which is Windows Vista. And that's how you quit your programming job. Easy buy. That's good life advice, Caro. It has to be bad life advice. You go out with flair. Dave is asking, under which circumstances would your character need to wear the goggles over its eyes? Have you ever tried walking in a dust storm or when there's like the blazing sun on your face? You just, my retinas are thanking me. Like, hey man, I'm totally not gonna con you of your money, but you can trust me. I'll show you around town. What do you have to lose? Come on, $20. What do you say? No, I don't look trustworthy with my goggles down. Where did Geb go? Wait, I'm trying to remember what meme that is. The moment like he takes off the glasses, he becomes unrecognizable or something like that. Where is that from? Was that a cartoon? Superman, yeah. No, I know Clark Kent has it, but it's the funniest thing. Like he was take like putting it on and off, like on the spot. Right, and then like you the identity changes the moment the accessory disappears. Like, just put it up a little bit. Yep, don't even put me in that category. We don't have the same colors. What? I'm so bothered by my bot thinking chat. Hold on. Okay, stream elements. Where are you? Come on, buddy. Stream elements. Overlays. Oh my goodness. No, not that one. Oh, that's even worse. The overlay editor, not that one. All right. Okay, chatbot. Timers. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh my goodness. Where did I save it? All right, we're gonna change that real quick. Did you know? Slash exclamation point tip. No. Small or lowercase dash buy the detective a drink so he doesn't have to scrounge coins from the vending machine later. Yeah. Yes. And then save. There we go. Now it's updated. Okay, where were we? Yet. Okay. Going back to reading messages. Hi there, El Palo. Are you white or Latin? Oh, Last I checked, I was composed of rice. I'm very much Asian, 100%. To those that don't know, I'm half Chinese and I'm half Filipino, if that matters any. But 100% from the rice fields, yes. Whiny. I was scrolling, says Tombstone. Though Twitch and your Steam caught my eye. Just like dust that irritates you while walking through a dusty place. Welcome to my stream. 100% cozy. I gotta ask artists out there. Would you have my stream open while you're working, doing something productive? Am I not distracting? Are you able to keep focus enough with whatever you're conjuring up on your canvas while here I am yapping in the background, probably on a other screen or maybe even minimized, but my audio is still going through? Let me know. You're very distracting. My canvas is empty, says Caro. I'll just do this. Yes. No. What's a good view? Dang. The less visual elements there are, the less distracting I should be. Inky Spot says, yeah, because I'm actually doing the exact same thing right now. Where your canvas is empty? I hope not. You're not distracting, Lamau. It's actually quite a comfortable atmosphere. Totally not watching at work, says Mr. Mutz. Are you just trying to pass the time until you have to clock out? More screen to see your peepers. At this TikTok thinking I am not live again. No internet connection. How can I solve a CAPTCHA that doesn't load? Oh, no. Oh, this is bad, chat. What do you mean there's no internet connection? Oh, looks like I have to restart my live on TikTok. Oh, well. Time to take your meds, everyone. Don't take too much, or the voices in your head will disappear. No, you can do this, Vesper. Come on, I'm sure you can go solve it. We already got the network connection of yours sorted out. My peepers, my eyes. If I concentrate enough, it's like I know I can like make it brighter. I think. Can I? No, I can't. No. June Watson says, your voice is so cool. By the way, came across you while scrolling on TikTok randomly. So you open the random door on TikTok and then here you are. Welcome to stream. What happened to your teeth? What do you mean? You're... I just looked at the mirror. They seem perfectly fine. You had me conscious for a moment. I ate what they are not jawbreakers. Those candies that suck when you put them in your mouth and then after a while it starts to taste like candy, yes. Also takes 3 business days until you're able to melt them. You fell for it. You showed I am an advocate of always brushing your teeth. Hence my pearly whites being showcased. Thank you, Irish. Riley is asking if I can breathe fire. I was gonna make a joke about whatever comes out of my mouth ends up being hot anyway, but that would be very presumptuous of me. No, when necessary. There, how's that for an answer? I don't think chat has seen me breathe fire in a long while, have I? I needed to before because I was out in the desert, and obviously we need to somehow start the kindling up for our campfires. But now that I'm stationed up in more urban situations, I never really found it necessary to use that particular skill. And correct. I don't know what Carol's agreeing to, but I'll just say yes. Do you have a YouTube channel? If not, when are you gonna make one? I actually do have a YouTube. Check out my Twitch profile. It's in one of the funny buttons on the right side of my name. But the content of my YouTube really just recordings of this. He agreed, chat. I own his song. You know, maybe a small bit of it. I am absolutely entranced by the things I described earlier. If you know, you know. Oh. How often do you stream? Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Leggies. It's all about the properly drawn leggies and it's the whole thing. Some people focus merely on the posterior, right? The curve, the cushion. I focus on that. There's the ratio of that, the thighs, and then the calves must be like nicely shaped, and then you have like the curve of the digiterade thingy. Also, I died on TikTok because TikTok thought I was inactive. I'm gonna start it again. Oh my goodness, how do I disable that alarm? Alright, live center. Oh my good, no, not that one, buddy. Go live again. I'm a tummy man. Oh, don't get me wrong. I didn't say I wasn't into a tummy. Tummies. How should I describe it? In least order of priority, it would probably be the arms. But then the curvature of the chest. And then like it has to have like the slightly inward like You know how like the abdomen concaves inwards a bit? Like what am I talking about? Why am I discussing this on stream? Anyway. Yes, what Matthew said, Tagalog. Oh, should we not? No, it's. Listen. This simply is something I haven't really openly discussed before, in detail, in public. But I assume there's really nothing wrong with talking about your preferences, right? Do you listen to music? Yes. But yeah. More of like, I find it mildly embarrassing. As confident and charismatic as I present myself to be, or rather, as you perceive me to be, I did not exactly have a foundation of courage. In short, I'm actually rather a little tiny bit shy when it comes to things. I don't think there is. It's just what we find pleasing to the peepers. How do you do it? The frog blink again, like. Hello, hand. You're supposed to exist at the space 6 inches lower. Come on. There we go. There we go. Good evening, Gibbs, says the antique gamer. I came to pop in and say hello before I sleepy. Good night or morning, whatever time we reside. It is 9:52 a.m. and good night to you. Oh, hi there, Milo Fox. Nice to see you here. It's 3 a.m., but knowing artists, I think 99% of artists are night owls. It's like me, for example, I thrive whenever it's during the after hours of light and when people are mostly asleep. I have my own apartment now, but right when it's like 10 p.m. onwards or 11, and then the world just becomes more peaceful. The night air becomes cold and crisp. The stars above seem to twinkle ever so slightly better as the clouds part and let the moonlight shine. It's peaceful, a moment of respite from our ever so chaotic day-to-day lives. Matthew says I'm an owl, so night is my day. Night is just so much better. 100% agree. Just Gus says, as a person who is slightly above average height, short people are adorable. I love being asked, where did this come from, Gus? You're dissing on the people who are not vertically blessed. Oh, wow. You have full body tracking. I will stretch so you can see. Wait, where's my camera, too? There we go. Oh, no, that's the Vesper cam where she's not here. Ow. Alrighty. So, yeah. What's this? Let's go, Reen. Oh, a kitty just ran through my feet. I will be returning soon, says Vesper. Alright. My heart feels heavy. Probably from all the pizza you've been binge eating. I love how close-up camera always pans to your face. I mean, you want me to go back to the close-up camera? I can. There, more fancy lighting for you. What is your favorite thing you like doing in your free time? Ask a curious Inky Spots. Oh wow. Well, I normally just go through Discord, see whatever is new in the few servers I'm in. If there's like new avatar stuff being announced or an update to Virtual Desktop. Aside from that, if I'm not working in Blender, Unity, or touching something up in Substance Painter, I would be watching shows like stuff on Netflix, or I would be lying down on my bed, phone over at hand, threatening to fall on my face, like browsing through all of my webcomics and mangas that I have in my backlog. I read a lot. I actually read a lot. Or play games. Just your average guy. I haven't really been able to like go out and enjoy my motorcycle. One, the weather is bad. It's either rainy or it's super duper hot. So yeah. What's your favorite manga? Oh wow. I'm not sure what my favorite manga is, but there are certainly things I can suggest. One of them would be Made in Abyss. Oh, I am a sucker for anything mystery and sci-fi. The second is Gantz. You want quality, you want a saga, read Gantz. And then there's Battle Angel Alita, and well, I'm talking about like long manga. There's the usual. There's Dungeon Meshi. There's my goodness, a lot of them are Korean webcomics. Daily Life with Monster Girls. Monster Girl Apothecary. Monster. I'll stop right there. There we go. You're starting to know what I'm reading. In majority. Rising of the Shield Hero. I remember watching that. Recently, I've been reading this. This is Korean manhwa. It's called Skeleton Soldier something. I'm on like chapter 200 plus. I was binge reading it. Monster Girls. Yeah, Chat, if there's one thing you need to know about me, I think Monster Girls are absolutely hot. 10 out of 10. Solo Leveling. Oh yeah, of course. Arise. That's where I actually got the color inspiration from. Like his shadow summons. And I get a hug. I feel like I'm going to cry. You are in the wrong channel, pal. I'm sure if you Google like therapy stuff online, you'll find the appropriate service for your predicament. I'm just some random streamer on the internet. What can I do? Reinforce you with white lies. Say everything's okay when I have no idea what's going on. Seven Deadly Sins. Yeah, Nanatsu no Taizai. I love that. Centurea, Mio, Papi. Oh, Lala Chan and her Tadulaha. Yes, 1,000,000% that one, Matthew. I've been reading it ever since it was still in its like beta form, which is it was just a bunch of short stories. Let's not forget Bolt. I think Bolt is absolutely cute. She's the one that's running the gym. There you go. See, Matthew knows. Matthew knows. Thank you for the friendship bracelet, Frank. If you, I suppose it's because Bolt is the one closest to how we look in VR chat, the typical furry, because she's like kobold, right? Kobolds in Japan are a little different from how the West interprets them. Kobolds there are like the gnolls to the Westerns. Kobolds are like more of the hyenas, or something analogous to that. Or they're like canid creatures. Kobolds in the West, they're lesser dragons, essentially, like the lowest form of it. Why did it take me 20 seconds to realize this was a live and not a video? Pardon me if I reply late. Thank you, Hellwool. What's the most dumb manga anime you've ever read? Oh my god, there's a lot. Gartan, something Gartan. Rosengarten Saga. You should read that, Matthew. Rosengarten Saga. Or this one, I think it was an isekai, where the mage had the breakthrough and he somehow realized mid-battle that he could like fuse elements / atoms, and he essentially discovered nuclear magic. he turned his fireball turned thermonuclear. And then he was suffering from radiation poisoning. Yes. I can't remember where that's from, but it was funny. He was an old man, and then he just discovered like atomic magic midway. Insanity says, I like kobolds as like tiny dragons, like D&D Dragonborn, but small. Yes, small diminutive creatures. Oh, not so much high in the intelligence score. What's your persona? Definitely not a kobold. Kobolds are small. Are they not? Am I perchance mistaken? Man, I wonder what I'm gonna do after stream. What games to play? Want to blow stuff up with tanks, and I know what I'm gonna do. What's the problem with the bot in the back? He seems to be mad at the small. I don't know. But it happens all the darn time. What games do you like? I predominantly like anything that has an RPG system in it. Character customization is a big plus plus. But anything that has stat growth, skill growth, craftable equipment, rare random drops from mobs and bosses, I love. I grew up grinding Korean MMOs like crazy. I used to play. Oh my goodness. I would only take breaks to sleep and eat like once a day when I was really into MMORPGs. As per typical Asian fashion, Baldur's Gate, of course, me and Vesper are playing it. We are currently about to we confronted Ketheric Torm. Vesper, defeat the system. I feel like I need to change my music. It's getting really old. There you go. When You're Gone by Chet Baker. I have a question. Go ahead. Mr. Monster is asking, how would one get better at talking to new people? But bad life advice? It's simple. You start it with something absurd. First impressions matter, right? So you come in and say, hello, fellow non-deodorant users. Anybody want to make a friend? That is how you talk to new people. 100% you're gonna make friends. Bad life advice. Do I need PCVR to run face tracking? As far as I know, I believe so. Finally sorted it out, and this time it wasn't the world giving me issues. What would it be, Vesp? You coming back? I still haven't beaten it. I have over 100 hours in the game. Ah. Got it. So I have to save up 3K to get the PCVR setup I want. Caden Curson. If I can do it, you can do it too. Why did you sound Kajin? Sometimes when I stop trying to talk properly, and the natural accent just starts to really go out. I actively try to stop rolling my R's. It's an active effort to do so. Probably because of me speaking to my American friends so much, their language and way of talking is starting to rub off on me. But if I stop doing that, rolling R's is more natural for me. Vesper says, restarting Steam VR is all I need. There you have it. You sounded like Zandy from Wuthering Waves. How do you do the animation? Animation? I'm full body tracking. Fashionista says, look at this cute person. Lo adoro. Adoro? I hope that means adore. How defiant, sir. A pleasure to be back here as always. Of course. I hope you'll excuse me for a moment. I'm just going to check Discord. What? Okay, gotcha. Swiper, no swiping. Oh man. What's with the Dora the Explorer thing? Only an observation. Is the coin part of the models of the world? It's part of me. Now it's part of the world. Man, just reading these messages are amusing. It really is. Anyway. I'm starting to yawn. The way your ears are so animated and twitch around is. Well. It sure does convey my body language rather effectively, doesn't it? Oh no, Ged's getting eepy. No. I just had like a. I had a lapse. It's like. Then my mind just blanked out into a verdant green field with bumblebees pollinating flowers, blue skies, and nice little clouds. I don't know why. It's like a box of crayons took possession of my mind and promptly disappeared. Momentarily, I'm surprised you're still here. I thought you vanished into the void, Carol. With this relaxing music, I will be asleep in 2 seconds in. I certainly said a lot of words that could be understood just now, yes. I'm here, I'm just making tea. What sort of tea are you into? I am a fan of. Wow, what am I a fan of? I'm not a fan of sour teas. I remember buying a sampler pack of teas. It had like maybe 20 or 30 different variations of it. There was one with blue flowers, there was one with like dried citrus, and then there was this jasmine and bamboo infusion I've tried. But in all honesty, Earl Grey, black tea, Chinese black tea, or green tea are my go-tos. Chamomile is definitely gonna put you to bed though. But I remember trying the dried orange or citrus thing. It was surprisingly really good. Like, oh, it makes you want to drink a lot. Sort of like fruit juice. Carlos as a person like fruity infusion. Yes, see, just what I was saying. I made some mint tea right now and an Earl Grey. I have a sore throat. Oh my. Whenever I have a sore throat, I have this Chinese remedy called pepakwa. It's an herbal honey thing. But the quickest solution to a sore throat, in all honesty, is honey, lemon, ginger. So you get some lemon, squeeze. You put some honey around 25% in a cup. And then you get some ginger. You grind it. You grate it until it's very fine. And then you put it in the tea. Let it steep for 15 minutes. Drink. Promise it's gonna soothe and clear up your throat. Like some old people. Hi, Native Knight. King Dakrai. Pepakwa, right? Pepakwa it really helps to those that know. It's one of my secrets in maintaining my vocal quality. Before streams and sometimes during, I drink pepakwa. It's the very thick, sweet, herby tea, and it keeps my throat from sounding how when you yell and then your voice is just gone. It doesn't happen when you drink that. So I'm able to keep on yapping and yapping and yapping for hours and I'm still okay. Cozy tea and gib, and then nice, crisp, cold air, maybe a blanket wrapped around, dim lights. I frankly don't like big light bulbs. I'm more of an LED ambient light sort of guy. Warm yellows, purples, just like that, which I have in my room. Yes, it suits the truth. Throat. Truth. Lumabas yung pagka-Pinoy ko dun, ah. How's the aquarium, Gab? I need to clean their filters. It's been 2 weeks. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Oh no. You know when you stretch, I told Kat this before. When you stretch, right? When you do that, you twist. It's like your body turns into a glow stick. And then instead of light, it's like sleepy particles that get released. Like, and then, oh, I feel sleepier. That wave of relief that just makes you want to go to bed. Thank you, Vesper. Spine cracking like a glow stick, precisely. It's like little specks of light, like floods your system, light of sleepiness. Like, oh. You know what I mean? You know, if there's one feeling I wish to replicate, you know, when you're, for example, you have school or some place to go to and you have to wake up at 6:30 a.m., an early hour of the day, and then your alarm rings. And then you have like that extra 15-minute snooze. That 15-minute snooze is like the best sleep in your life. Like, oh my God. Now, when I don't have anything urgent, going to bed is just like, oh, okay. Like, right? It's just, that's it. It's a generic falling asleep experience. But when there's something urgent you gotta head to, but you're still in bed, like, your brain just multiplies the satisfaction of like being able to sleep for a few more minutes. Oh, so much more. And then a miracle happens. They'll be like, Gab, you don't have to go to school, all right? There's a storm. I was like, oh. Oh my God. The best sleep ever. Carol says that and waking up like an hour before wake up time and they get to close. Yes, exactly. Sometimes I would do that. Wake up a bit earlier so that instead of feeling bummed out that, damn, I have to start the day. Nope, I get to sleep another hour. I was like, just pull the blankets up. Gab cracked literally for 1 second. You see the clock and go 5 more minutes and that's the best. Yep. Bluebell says, yeah, I get that. I have to get up at 4 in the morning. What do you do to get up 4 in the morning? Waking up to check email and seeing college classes were canceled. Amazing, right? It's strange whenever there's like plans nowadays. A vast majority of it, when cancelled, is more relieving than going to said plans. Because as you get older, you find solitude in your own little bubble, your space, your home. You find very little reason to, unless you're mingling with probably like the less than 10 friends you have IRL that you absolutely consider close. Or grocery, sure. More often than not, it's either you want to invite them to your place and just get cozy with each other, or you go to their place and you get cozy with each other. But going outside to a restaurant, for example, in my country's weather, the heat, and then you have to spend like not entirely enticing. Oh, what's this? Si Leo sent a star map Polaris. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hmm. Maybe you sound like Kronk. Ah, Peter. It's same voice actor. Maybe we change the camera angles a bit, yeah. Ah, yeah, the GoPro view. Damn, is so. Hmm. Virtually night. Yep. Hmm. Point of viewer Gib. Yep, that's me. It's Peggy's. Oh, you have like your parents like face calling you. Hello? Yeah? I can't hear you. Okay. Why do they do that? Hello? This they do like this. Like how do you turn the camera on? Yeah, yeah, they do that. Hello, boss. Anyway. Insanity says your tail is fluffy. I thought you were a dragonkin of some kind. I mean, you are technically not incorrect. It's just the ratio of fluffy and uh, dragony is more favorable on one side, and that's not the dragon part. Many a times I'm mistaken for a fox of various types. One of them said I was a fennec fox, given the tall attribute of my ears. I sort of can see where these people are coming from. That I'm not. Karo says Geb is a creature. Oh yeah, given my skin tone and your limbs, I can start to see the similarity. I wonder how the limbs would look with the funny tie. Probably cute. You're just too funny sometimes. I I think my humor is dry. I just state relatable moments IRL. Are you a fish? I'm not gonna take offense to that because yes, I can see the thing. It's like a dry humor is a vibe. Unfortunately, my humor stems from both Instagram and the darker side of the internet called 4chan. Nowadays, the humor is all what? A little hard to understand, perhaps from my yeah, understanding of things. Cowboy accent. I don't think I sound like a cowboy. Oh, I hear it now. There's a bit of the American Southern twang to it. Huh. Yeehaw. I reckon if I put enough effort into like articulating my speech, I can sound just like one of them locals. I walk in there like with my skin color, I'm safe. That's it. I'm like one with the trays. Stop right there, criminal scum. You're encroaching on borderline. That territory, I'm not gonna say it. I'm sorry. One of my best friends. He's a redneck. Okay, if you haven't, oh god, that guy really rubbed off on me. He's the funniest idiot. That's abrasive, and he's a very bad example for people. So, he said something about all of them 5G towers. They irradiate in your brain with them like funny radio waves, making you vote for the wrong president. It's like, what? Okay, all right, sure. That's, I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but it's the funniest thing. He's such a treasure. Yeah. The voice coming from that model is so wrong. Oh man. I think Vesper knows, much to her annoyance, how I just pull up the southern accent at random, especially when we're shooting. So we're playing this game. It's called Into the Radius, right? So we're both scavengers in this anomalous zone. So I have to look for ammunition, old gun supplies. You have to be on your toes. She's like, keep your ass peeled. All them critters could be jumping at us at any moment. it just like comes out. It's like, go get him, Vesper. Oh, that damn varmint. Missed my shot. I'm gonna get you next time. So you can clearly see why I don't do game streams, chat. Gonna be very different. Yes. look. The moment I do game streams, I'm going to be canceled 48 hours stops. Oh god, oh. Whew. I'm beholding a massive river of things back. That is freaking hilarious though, what? No. Oh no. Oh. Oh my god. Well, I don't know why. It's such a cliche thing. The redneck thing. I mean, we're here for you, no matter the vibe. Thank you so much. That means you actually like me, instead of just being, ooh, nice graphics. Where's that accent from? Oh, my natural one? It's from the Philippines. Man, I'm thirsty, huh? All them talking and has been drying my throat. There we go. Water, yes. Juice, better. It's a. Do you know what Pocari Sweat is? It's like an analog to Gatorade, but more fancy. I have a bottle that's roughly this tall and this wide, so it's like rectangle on its edges. I recycle them. So what I do is I collect these big bottles. I fill them with cheap sugar-free fruit juice and I put them in my fridge. Lo and behold, I have 3 liters of juice for like less than $1. Italian, Irish. Mm-mm. Ciao a tutti. How did they say it again? I was part of this Italian Facebook group. Why? Because I used to own an Italian motorcycle. It was a Benelli. And, well, I needed information about taking care of the bike from other owners. It just so happens that it were the Italians that were more prominent than other nations. My people, sorta. What do you mean? Italian? Are you Italian, Caro? Baldwin says, yellow. Happy to finally catch a string. Oh my god, why am. When you say yellow, you sound like the overly enthusiastic and friendly neighbor. Howdly doodly. Caro says I was born there, but my family is born somewhere else. So Caro is like, has like a little bit of the pizza. Let me think. There has to be an Italian name. Prosciutto Parmigiana Pro Max. There we go. Forgotten Angels asking. Bad life advice. Get grade in high school. What should I do for my 11th grade year? Simple. Repeat every mistake you've made during your 10th grade year. Bad life advice. I'll see you around, Namo Poco. By the way, sa mga kababayan kong nanonood dyan, magandang umaga sa inyo. Malapit na magtanghali. Kumain na kaya siguro kayo. Close the stream, come on. Hello, friends. You're multi-talented. I'm talented at nothing. Oh, man. Is that Tagalog? Yes, it is. That's actually my mother tongue. How does it sound? Yes, that it is. That's actually my mother tongue. Oo. Yun nga yun. Yun yung natural kong pananalita. You're right. Yes, precisely. Oh, whoa, yes, buddy. There's always this robot who walks up to me here in District Roboto. It's Lipstick 14. It's that guy, that little punk, Lipstick 14. He always is so nonchalant about his little wanderings. I see where you're going. I took the words out of it. How many comments have you gotten about your voice? Um, a lot. 8 out of 10 times my comments are, "You sound like Puss in Boots. Now you sound more like that." It's like, okay, hi. Sniff. It's like have the camera super close. Oops. This is the funny 0.5 angle. All right, chat. We're like deep into where I am, and they have no idea where I am. I mean, I'm here. This is such a dumb. What am I doing? I'm not serious anymore. You sound like a wonderful person. Thank you kindly. I only shoot them when they get past the fence. Both are iconic characters. This weekend, I'm going to set aside some time and actually watch the movie. Curious. I did. I take it back. Okay. Now I got a bunch of swatches here in my card. Oh, looks like the shadows ain't casting on you properly, good sir. It's from from Family Guy, the border. Good evening, C4. Do the best cowboy accent you can. I know there's a distinction between like the normal Southerner and like the cowboys. Cowboys have a more. I need to speak to one to know how they sound. I have a general idea of how they are, but I can't quite recall a specific example. The only cowboy I remember is the guy saying, "It's high noon." But yeah, this is, I think my stream's getting a bit out of hand. It's high noon. And then a lot of like the enemy team dies instantly. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Oh, I like the basics, really. The one that works with everything. And that would be vanilla. Yeah, okay. Our team is at, I mean, our stream is at that thing anyway, so let's have this as the BGM. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Gib. Good night. Sweet dreams. Oh. See. You better keep walking. You know what I mean? He always walks by. Better keep walking, punk. What is your favorite summer activity and why? Ah, yes, to enjoy the fantastic sunshine while I'm indoors in my air conditioned room. Yep. I mean, who would want to go out in the sweltering humid heat? Summer is when the sun is at its peak, the most solarizing time of the year. I don't get air conditioning. Well, you know what to save up for. A little bit of ice over in a bucket below a fan will work wonders into cooling you. In a pinch. Thank you, Frost. I will have salty dreams just because of that. Did you play Overwatch before, Carol? I need healing. Goddamn Genji. Piece of shit. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, that's 14. Is black your favorite color or not? Bird? Um, does that count? Is black a color? But black is a culmination of all colors, right? Probably yes. But if it's a non-black color, it's either teal or like red, like dark red. There's also gold. I love inlaid gold and things. Hello, Driver. Close to the 2 hour mark. That's true. I've been streaming a while, haven't I? I dare say I'm actually having a bit of fun. And it's all thanks to you, guys. I've been watching Twat. I read Twitch and chat and it became Twat. I've been reading chat quite a bit, but yes, chat, I'm alive. I'm glad you are. Did you sort out what was wrong with VR chat? You know, the box is like waiting for you. Like, see that? 5-star suite. Waiting for you right there. Even has space for leggies, just like in those shopping carts for kids. Oh, right, that's Carol's box. Leaning over there. Uh, this is Mecha's box, so that's his box. We're not gonna take that. There we go. Look at that. Perfectly round and shaped for your bum. Yes. Yes? No? 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 Okay. White is a combination of colors. Black is the lack of color. But then again, we have to talk in terms of it's either light or ink, right? Like they're opposites of each other when it comes to black and white. Are you AI? What is your prompt, good user? Kind of an odd hour for you to stream. Why the change? Because when I tried streaming at 2:30 a.m. my time, I would be half asleep. Of course, we don't want no tired Geb on camera, don't we? Somebody that's refreshed, full of energy. Enough to deliver the most boring show of all. Him yapping. A raspy voice would sound nice. Oh, the grumpy morning voice. Like, good morning, chat. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I just woke up. It's not usually my hour of waking, but still glad to have you here. That kind of raspy voice. Good night, Geb. I'm glad I was able to catch a stream. Insanity Thank you for being here and for the support. Rest well. Hello, Dark One. You are a champion, Insanity. Now go rest. Come on. Sleep stream. And like 2 hours later, my body's all like that. Because of. In VR chat, you tend to contort when equipment slides out of their original position. Hi, Raven. You pretzel. I like your tie. Which store can I find it? Dolce and Gabbana. Gucci. Hi, what motorcycle do you have? First time chatter. You know what? I'm a biker, so I'll answer that question. I have a Kawasaki versus 1000 SE 2019. Somebody wants a No. Do you want the coin? Oh, that totally went off tangent. Here's another one. Let's do it again. So you want the coin? Take it. And then like I turn around and like walk away all cool. Gonna eat the coin. Have you ever had the coins in which it was gold? It's roughly this size. And then you could unwrap it and there was the rather bland chocolate inside. Mlem the coin. What's this? I love Gebus's accent. It just unlocks something primal in my brain. Primal? That sounds dangerous, especially when you're like 7 feet tall and like full of muscle. Yes, the chalky coin, but honestly, normal coin tastes better. You know, I am no stranger to trying out coins in one's mouth. I didn't know they were dirty because they exchanged hands a lot. Two, as pleasant as the cool metal sensation is, I was a dumb kid back then there. I think Carol is completely immune to all this, so by all means, I shall hoard maybe 15 coins. Send it your way. While you're sleeping, Carol, just like here like this. Like, I'm just gonna like sneak in and like empty a pouch of coins into your mouth. You give coin a buy. Ooh, now we're talking transactional, okay. It's like you're sleeping. And the coins just fall off. Oh. But Caro just continues sleeping. There's a slight hiccup. A bit of a choke, maybe. I have 53 cents on me. Well, 53 cents is definitely more than my singular coin. I'm gonna sleep with one eye open now, says Banditude. Oh, I almost did the goofy. I almost read the message. Oh my god. Yo. There we go. Not this time, TikTok. Take your meds. No, I still need to see you guys on stream. Anyway, Native Knight says, I may have an idea. So, number one, you and your classmates sneak into school and mess up your classrooms a bit. Don't break anything and write down your names. Oh, wow, that is a late reply. That's why you always clean your coins before putting them in your mouth, according to David Winflow. So, I should invest in an ultrasonic coin washer. I'll see you around, Dark Wolf. Thanks for showing around. Add butter. You know, there's a trend in China, China, and I see them sauteing what I assume would be shiny pebbles and rocks. They add the spices, the herbs, the everything, the oil, but it's just rocks, and they like no. Like what? Yeah, I'm not joking. Google it. China cooking pebbles. My favorite dish. I love me some pepper. I still have a 2 kilograms worth of aquarium pebbles and decoratives if you want. Can you verify the coin? It might be a robot. Ah. Right, dementia kicks in. Forget about it. I take my meds every Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Sundays. That's why I stream on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Oh, the bleach joke is. I filled up 10 jars of peanuts in just a day with my white cocoa. I assume that is actual white chocolate, please. That is actually okay. You know, you get some Toblerone, the nougat bar thing, the funny pyramids that melt in your mouth, and you put them in a jar. You know, I have never seen Toblerone used as a sandwich bread. Do those even exist? Hmm. Feeding Vesper is gonna be absent, so we're just gonna move. Ooh, the camera here. %. I'm on my way to 100K. Oh, well, congratulations. The goal isn't that far. Dale is being funny. After this come here. This funny thing. Hi. For free. Hi. Somebody wants to be friends with you, Taylor. Come on, let's go. Cross your leggies and you stay there. Oh, you're saving up for that, huh? That is a very expensive thing. What other angle I can play with? Hold on. Now I get curious. Whoa! From the back. Dear chat, that's me. I'm actually chatting with nobody. Establishing chat. Oh. POV robots. There we go. The cool little robot on the left. Ta-da! Is it the robot district map? Yes, Komodo. That jacket. Oh, do you want to see the cool dude on the left? Dude, girl, I don't know. Hey, buddy, you're on live. Look at him, like all cool and everything. Very hip, very high collar. Speaking of jackets, right? I do have an alternate jacket, don't I? I know you're curious, chat. First, zoom in. And then there. All of a sudden you have a casual gib. I love this one. Oh, you're fond of this particular outfit. I see. Hold on. It means I can do angle number 2. Is this one? Then I zoom in aperture like this. Let's see. How do we pan this properly? There we go. Now it's nice and dramatical. Ryan Gosling. Are you secretly 3 kobolds in a trench coat? No. I think. What animal are you? What animal are you? Last I checked, I was a person, not an animal. I'm a geb. A gebus. A gebus investigatus. Or a gebus chimeros at this point. That's all that matters. Him being himself, says Caro. Precisely. Okay. It's been fun interacting with you, buddy. You're very chill. I'll see you around Science. Obviously, there's TikTok can be a place of wholesome comments too, if they choose to be. Instead of, oh look, are you toothless? Can you please bark for us? Can you do a backflip? Are you a Pokemon? No. I love your energy. Ah, yes, the awkward interview energy. Right. Well, if he was, I would choose. Carlos gonna be the very best. Vesper says, yeah, no, the day Gabe barks is the day he gives up his dignity. I would rather die, chat. $20,000 later. I I think that's a fair trade. May, maybe. I wonder if any of you have watched the anime Gintama. You know, hundreds of episodes. It's funny. I really like the protagonist, Gin. Okay, nobody knows. 20K chat, we gotta start raising money. You have 20K points already? What? I'm no dog, but 20s. Whoa, whoa. It was 20K, not 20,000. Nah, it's okay, Kara. Don't worry about it. It's rather old. It showed during the 2010s, I believe. That's why I often invite my friends to this palaces of popcorns where we usually for example, there are shows I haven't watched and they have watched. They would put said show or movie there, and then it's like a cultural exchange, really. And like, ah, cool. I discover new films that way and series. Some are misses, sure, but more often than not, it's the fact that you're watching with company in VR in essentially what is a massive movie theater, which is what makes things fun. So there's watching things on Discord. Yeah, come on, I know you guys are guilty of that. And then there's watching things together in VR, where your yourself is with your buddy as well, your friends who are like on various random points of the planet that is nowhere near you, but you can like be next to each other and like critic and talk and laugh and make jokes on the spot. It's fantastic. It it's the same as inviting them to your house and like, hey, come on, let's go watch, not Netflix and chill. That's different. But yeah, watch parties. I love watching things with friends. Yes. Vesper says, I haven't watched any series in a while, but I love to show Geb Wolf Walkers because I love the animation style. Yes, we should catch up on the watching sometime. Maybe this July, once new hardware pops in and it works the way I expect it to be. Or on a better hour. I'm playing Skyrim while listening to this. You need something? Yes. You joining the companions or what? You bought a house. Congratulations on your vacations, driver. Wait, Wolf Walker, I haven't heard of that one. Yes, Dark Wolf. Vesper was suggesting it earlier. You should read us bedtime stories. Once upon a time, there was a dragon. She lived in the middle of nowhere, so she claimed. That it was just nothing but farmland around her. Quite literally just ears of corn. Even on her person. She'd complain about corn day in and day out. Oh, yes. But then again, corn is what they call gold that grows off from soil, right? I would continue, but somebody would get mad. Anywho, should I marry someone? Bad life advice. Yes. Bad life advice. I'm not even gonna expound on it. 100%. Tie the knot. Go, it's totally not game over or anything, or no loading game past this point, sort of deal. I can attest to that advice, Sky. 10 out of 10. Nova says, my husband laughs and says he can't complain in the husband chat. What is a husband chat? What is that? Is that like in the malls where there's this waiting area and all like the dads and husbands just wait out? Bitcoin. What? I'm just kidding. That's important. Hi there, Pumpkin. Pumpkin. Oh, read that wrong. Thank you, Marcus. Jingle jangle, flippity flippy do. Lapla no flupla de. Shootani. Oh my god, don't make me go back to remembering Simlish. Why? How come their gibberish is something actually easy to remember? I played since it was Sims 1. Are you French? I am not French. Hyro is French. My goodness. Marco is sending over a money gun. Well, you look at that. I have to pick that off the floor now. French in this economy. Surely you must be joking. What? The Discord link is I actually made a non-expiring link, which I will be uploading shortly. Next stream. I see Ion. Somebody's lurking. Me and my friend were at the park today, says Ohio Gamer. And we found an empty bottle of baby oil. Don't know who put it there or who was. But we found... it's... God, that's such a basic thing, even in detective school. Empty bottle of baby oil, park, public space. Duh. There was a baby who used it. And they just were not able to throw it in the trash can. Use this. Someone's knees were... if you walk around and see somebody whose knees, pants are full of dirt or ash. Yes. Think, Mark. Think. A rubber room with... If oil is made of olives, what is baby oil made of? It's simple. Baby olives. Give us a glass of water. Are you telling me to hydrate? Okay, where's my bottle? Good morning, Mr. Gib. You know that name. Right? It just makes perfect sense. Baby olives. Mm. Mm-mm. Ah. Okay. The Oh, I'm sorry. You see, I have this habit of like holding the drink in my cheeks and then setting the bottle down and then swallowing it after. So it yes. Give me the coin. No, find your own coin, you bum. I got this from the vending machine and it's all mine. You seem happy, I'm glad. Probably because I'm enjoying the crowd I have tonight. A shout out to, well, Caro bringing out the silliness out of me. And all the other chatters. Normally, I'm more, reserved with things. Why does everybody want the. Look, look, look. You guys want this? Well, my heart. Take it. Look at it. See how shiny it is as I try to find the right angle in which it reflects light. There we go. There, shiny. Mlema. Why is that so funny? What the hell is mlema? Mlema. I'm. I. I'm. Oh my god. It was. Oh, you remind me of like Sponge. Was it SpongeBob when he was like, like doing the helicopter tongue thing? I need a coin, Geb. I need to get a gumball. Oh, you have to wait. Carol's probably gonna grab all the coins I have. Like, if it falls from my hands, it's not even gonna hit the floor. I'm not even gonna hear the sound. It's not gonna hit the ding, ding, ding. It's gonna be, ooh. Yep, it's just a big gulp. Blema, Gebos, and the coin. You hear the sound of the coin when I walk. It's just jingling inside. So yeah. That's the funniest. That's the word of the day for me, mlema. It's so stupid. Thank you, Lisha. I'm a coin pouch. Where's Vesper at, if I may ask? I am actually not sure. Let me go DM her real quick. Discord. Discord. Send me an invite after 40 minutes ago. No, no, no. It's perfectly fine. Oh, God. Where is she? It was waiting. There we go. Oops, that's a misspell. Team's chat is starting to rub off on me. Ooh. The brain cells is decreasing. I unable to raid Gib. Oh no, why Mecha? In case you're wondering, I'm messaging. You see, when I have to type in VR, it's not a keyboard that I have to I have to shoot the individual the letters with lasers. So it's like A, B, C, D. Yeah, like that. It's kind of slow. Anyway, there we go. Messages. Very intently watching the argument in the background and enjoying the vibes. Oh, you mean those guys? We have returned, and what have I missed? Nothing much. You literally sound French, though. Whoops, Serenos. We distracted him too much, chat. You did more than distract me, Carol. How should I start a conversation on the first date? Wait, and it's not bad life advice? Oh man. Remember, talk about your date, not about yourself. Because naturally, information and topics about yourself will pop up if your date starts to ask. So it's like an exchange, a balance, right? It's like, hi, sorry about that. It was a bit traffic, but yeah, you know this place? I suggest getting the steak. Are you into steaks? No? Then tell us what you want to get. Come on, my treat, but you pay. So you do that, you do a little jest, a little funny, and then obviously they're gonna get confused, they're gonna laugh a little bit, and that breaks up the ice. That's what you should do during dates. Don't be 100% nice guy. And you're so sanitized. It's absolutely boring. Also, don't be a douche. Password, please. I'm never giving out the password. You have to guess it on your own. That's the best advice I've gotten so far. Just unleash the silly. If they can't handle it, they're weak. Precisely. I have a video specifically tackling that topic. If they cannot handle your jokes, you're just gonna have problems in the long run. Because they're just gonna end up trying to be nice, aka they're tolerating you instead of actually enjoying your company. And so do yourself both a favor and just don't force it, right? You know, it saves you both the trouble in the long run. Yeah, precisely. It doesn't mean the other person has to be like 1:1 into your interests. Like there's this thing called common ground. You know, for example, I like bikes, but they don't like bikes. But we absolutely find like memes about India absolutely hilarious, and that's what matters. The humorous connections, the meme-tastic chains of bonding. Common ground in this economy. I think it's more of nowadays, I see a lot of people who immediately drop the prospect of friendship if they find even just one single minute detail that they disagree upon or don't like, and they judge the entire person around that. And normally, people have more to offer unless they present themselves as cheap in the first place. You'll know what I mean. I too turned down a lot of would be friend requests after a bit of looking up to what their bio is and what they have to like really offer. I asked them, why did you add me as a friend? Like, I asked politely, obviously. And then they said, oh, because I'm depressed and lonely. One, you're not looking for a friend, you're looking for a therapist. That is not my venue to offer. But if they said, like, oh, because you worship the Dark Lord Chin Chin as well, and you like Pink Guy, I'm like, Precisely. We are now friends. Or because I know you love lasagna too. I have 8 trays of it in my freezer right now. And we are gonna be friends. Caro says, there has to be a balance between working on a friendship and knowing when to give it up, though, for sure. Precisely. I'm sure most of us have gone through multiple events in our lives that has led us to have rather small emotional capacity for making things work out with other people. So we tend not to invest as much energy or time anymore into that. We become more picky. We have higher standards, which is perfectly okay, which is actually what people should do. My mom's friend, my friend's mom, slapped my friend in the face with mayo because she would wake up. That's funny. My mom did the same thing. And she put like ketchup on my lips to wake me up for whatever reason. Mm, that's true, bro, says Dark Wolf. Right? Nova says, I tell my kids to judge a person for themselves. There are good and bad people in every group. Precisely. Just because somebody is polite to you up front doesn't mean it's gonna be the same once you get to know them more. On the flip side, just because somebody seems abrasive and rather distant from you, they might end up as like the warmest person you'll ever meet. Morotor says, hi, I was just lying on the couch scrolling TikTok and the came across yours from 5 days ago. Then I sat down at the computer and the first thing that appeared on Twitch was you in the suggested ones. Hi, welcome. Yeah, boss, have you watched Epic the Musical? Oh, that! I haven't. Big stretch. Mm. Ah, ooh. You need to stretch. I stole the jacket. I wanted the robe. Oh, I like your colors. Why are you named Red? Wait, but Sky? I'm confused. But I see the tag of Liam on you, alright? You are blessed by Caro. what? What is it? Do I call you Sky? Because I've been calling you Sky ever since in chat. I tried, wasn't a big fan, but I do like how much people seem to enjoy it. Which one? My brain kind of like took a hard left and I don't remember what I was talking about the past minute. Which? So Sky Arts is the old one. And Red is the new one? Because I will exert 29.1% maximal effort in order to remember that. All right, Red Sky Arts. I'll try. But yes, as I was saying, I love the colors. I mean, totally not biased as to why. Black, blue. In age. Bam. Why is it not popping up? Hmm. Did it bug out? Oh, my friends list did bug out. Damn it. Notice me. What's senpai? Shouldn't it be senpai? You notice me, senpai. Hi, Axim. Have you made touchdown on your home? Are you back? Hopefully the flight wasn't too long. I will be keeping out for your next stream. Rob Dog, this one looks forward to seeing you in chat again next time. Hello, Axiom Chan. Oh, you should see his persona, Geb. Yeah, sure, game. Totally interested. I want to make a persona based off my PFP. Ohio, you haven't stated your age in the introductions. That's part of the rules. Now we're all about following the rules. It's a it's a democracy. Get Jeet Gambles. Yes. Welcome back, Maud. Hi, Ves.
Hi.
Oh, come on, find a new spot because the box is apparently Carlos now.
Alright. I felt like standing anyways.
There we go. How about you go get yourself comfy by the trash? Yeah. That's what I meant, chat. It's just the trash. Nah. Pins. Anywho. I am willing to let you borrow it in all caps. So, best we have rights to. Yes.
Alright.
Alright.
Hi, Vespers as driver. Miss Vespers as good, yes. Posted it for you then. Alright. Time to look. Time to criticize the first zones. Oh my god, Ohio Gamer, put it in your original post. 30 Phoenix. We can't have minors in our server. I'm sorry. Alright, time to check. Ooh, wow. Would you look at that? Hold on. Let me go save this beautiful bear trap of a face. And we're gonna do something new. Properties. Browse. Oh. Ooh, wow, that's enormous. Chat, I want you to tell me what you think of this persona. This is from Sky Arts. It's super big. wait, let me scale it down. Ooh. Oop. So, yeah. What do you think?
That is a very colorful persona.
Oh, definitely. I 100% love the colors. SSS tier. There you go. Caro, how about you go show yours too? I'm curious. I like the gradient on the horns, which is like the what? How do I describe magenta, purple, purplish? Speaking of which, oh, this is into the rate. Where is that under thing? No, 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 that's not that. Whoops. I'm back. I'm just a Filipino. Oh, welcome. Every person of any race and ethnicity is nationalities allowed on the stream. Like, never has been the issue. I can't draw. I need some tips. Practice. Do you speak Espanol? No. I don't. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay, okay. We're gonna go with this first one. Oh. Why do you have to show the teeny tiny side of the waist and oh, the chicken drumstick in the back? All right. You see what I mean, chat. Come on, baby, save. No? All right, chat. We're gonna look at Kai's. Carlos. Sorry, the file name was Kai. Kaifer. So there we go. And hold on. Ooh, that's massive. Let me go scale that down again. Oh my goodness, that's huge. There we go. Whoa, straight on my face. That unintentional.
Poor Gab.
Poor Gab. There you go. So yes. 100%. All right, we're gonna scale it up. So this one is Karos persona. See what I mean about the interesting design they have over at the chest cavity, where it fades into transparency. You can see the crystal of a heart, the vague outline of the rib cage, and most of all, they have the deliciousness of KFC the wonderful curvature over at the left. And let's not forget that I'm a big fan of the dipped inky fingers. One of my characters, my OCs, and a certain webcomic has gradient arms. So I like it. And then the ever so stunning eyes. Oh, I can see that. Let me try doing the pose too. Close enough. I should have posted the one with leggies for you. My bad. It's the same picture. Yes. I swear you're an E6. I actually am not. I checked it. Thankfully, I'm not.
Yeah, no, neither of us are popular enough.
That's true. That's true. What's with you standing awkwardly there? Fine. There we go. The best we can.
I didn't want to sit down because I just didn't feel like it.
All right. All right. Now we go over to. You're popular in my heart. Oh. Time to use my infinite power to put you there.
Oh gosh.
Oh no, this next one. All right, all right. There we go. Fine, fine. One second, chat. Him scratched. Oh my god, what is with the spelling, Caro? What's with the stretch? Anyway. Alright, hold on, chat. We're gonna show one more image. Alright. This time it's the full body version. This is what I like. Let's And there we go. Oh my goodness, chat. Will you look at that I cannot scale down for some reason? There we go. Will you look at that? Absolutely excellent, isn't it? Oh. Right, Axiom, right? You see what I mean? Hmm. So yeah, the chat. I know it's like small on your window. I'm gonna do you the favor and zoom in. We're gonna slowly pan. I am a fan of the tail. I was talking to Vesper actually about this tail design. You know, I kind of want to redesign my tail from the big old feather duster I have right now to something like a spiky hook. And this is exactly the design I had, but a bit thicker on the end. But yeah, and yeah, chat. It's difficult not to describe this without sounding weird. But as you can clearly see, the showcase on the parts I like, which is well-drawn hands, a good midsection, and most importantly, wonderful leggies, are clearly the big pluses. Yes, Carol, there's so many filtered words going on right now. I will grab the KFCs. Yes, we will call them the KFCs from now on. Yeah, how do we super zoom in? Double click. Nope. Okay. How do we do that pose? So we're like left. Let me move forward a bit. Left. And then hand here. Hand view.
Yeah,
Almost
you
got
try to
it.
put your legs up. I don't think you got the flexibility.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Not while I'm on a
Yeah, no,
stool.
I'm not gonna try that.
Not while I'm on a stool. I'm gonna fall off.
Yeah, no,
Maybe
neither
if
of
I'm
us are gonna
lying
try
down.
that.
I made an attempt. Oh, if it isn't very yonic. Hi there. We weren't able to catch each other during virality. We definitely need to make some time to discuss things. Same picture. Yeah, sure. Same picture, like moments before disaster. So I do the funny pose where I like lift my leggies. I cannot. I'm only so flexible. Nope.
Yeah, no, I think I've got that more than you do.
You have more flexibility. Come on, Vesper. Align and then do the stretch thingy. You see, Vesper is born with a
All right.
peculiar condition. She's been born with hypermobility or flexibility. Can you do it? Let's see. Let's practice first.
Basically.
Okay.
Which one were you wanting specifically? The
Yeah,
one
you're
where
good. Yeah,
I'm-
yep, the legs on your shoulder thing.
All right, let's give it a shot. Oh. I'm not used to in my play space, so hold on. Let me just.
Come on. So, chat. That is something I 100% cannot do. So, yeah. Leximo. Mobile.
Maybe a
My-
little too mobile.
Yeah, it seems amused. Hi there, Kitty Kyoko. Oh, Kit Kyoko and Miles Bleed seems to have the same condition. Oh, looks like they have an emote for your beans, Vesp. It's orange too.
Oh. yeah. So it's both the hand paws and. Ugh.
Yeah, they're all
Okay,
orange.
I'm not good with balance, but. Yeah.
You see, Vesper actually has a more desirable tail than I do. And then, ooh, hey, robotic hot stuff according to chat. There's that. There's me. So yes.
Oh, I am floating a little bit. My bad.
Modding in phone is harsh. Thank you, Cyrus. Crispy. Crispy.
Crispy.
I think crisp, but with a Y. That did not sound very intelligent to me, does it? I do love your floofy tail, though, man. I'm gonna stand up. Showcase! Floof. No. Floof. No. What? What? Where's my tail? My tail is, funnily enough. Oh god, oh god. No, no. My tail is like, yeah, that it's a bit heavy, chat. It's definitely needs all the budget for the shampoo. Oh, what are you doing? Hey,
I just lifted your tail up. You said it was heavy.
hard to win against that argument. Permission to draw myself on it. Go ahead. Oh man. Do you all know Clay? I feel like I've heard you guys before. As far as I know, this is the only real time I've gone on air or any form of broadcast. Hello, Odie. Initius, I just want to say that you're truly amazing and bring a warm smile to my face whenever you pop up. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, where were we? Right. Finally on my PC. Gosh, I missed it so much. Welcome back, Axiom. You know the perfect
Hello.
thing
Welcome back.
to do to cure that jet lag of yours? It's saving Mother Earth. You look a lot like if Toothless and the Fruit Bat had a baby. Oh, the honey bat.
Don't make me come over there.
So, a fruit. You know what? That's very fair. I can see where the batty connotation comes from. It's funny little long things. What if I put them down like this? Mm-mm. You cut my life to pieces. Anyway.
Don't let chat know you want their own emo face.
Not bad actually. No, if I have my ears down, they're like. Oh my god! I just look depressed. Yeah.
You look like a sad Disney animal. Just
This is my last resort. Suffocation.
Oop. That is a little too close.
Tenacious Bat instead of Tenacious D. It's yeah. Why am I seeing a lot of bats in chat? Is that a sign? Hmm. I am now on tail. Okay. Oh my god. Wait,
Oh, that is so cute.
I need to random name this. It always defaults to image, that JPEG or PNG image. There we go. Save. All right, chat. We have more fan art today. So we're gonna go look at this ever so epic doodle. Presenting Alim. Oh my god. Yep, there you have it, chat. It's there now. It's the type that only I can see it, but and then I tell them, "Can't you see it?" And then nobody's gonna believe me. They're gonna think I'm like crazy and everything.
Yes,
It's,
creature that only clings to clean, fluffy tails.
you see what I mean by Cardi dog? Look at the popcorn hands. It's so funny. It's so cute.
It's cute.
So yes, that will be immortalized in the server. Not believe you. Nobody will. There you go. Oh, Montgomery, don't spam. Come on. I know you're better than that, right? Send a message too, maybe. Tops. Wow, will you look at that? I know you're worse than that. What? No. I am a perfectly functional, non mentally unstable or deficient individual. Why is my. Yeah. Yeah, there. See, I'm sure you can see it, right? There's something on my tail. No. Yep. See, I'm not crazy, chat. See, this is what I see. See, there's a thing on my tail. Mm-mm. Either Nafritika. Whenever I read your messages, it's always a sticky, like a brothel esque voice. Not making fun of your character or anything, but that's what comes into mind. I'm gonna try catching it with my eyes closed. Oh, yep, that
No.
didn't work. No, I
Nope.
need my eyes open. There we go. I said, Nafriti, whenever I read your messages, I always assume it speaks in this sultry, brutal, mama-esque voice. I'm gonna give you the coin. The coin, Carol, is simple. One side is hearts, as you can see, and okay, that's hearts again. And the other side is, well, it's a skull. I call it love or death. Before, coin flipping used to be a trend on stream. People would have funny little wagers. If I win, I get a bit of snack money. If I lose, well, I essentially do whatever they want within reasonable bounds of the request. Something that I normally wouldn't do or say. That is not in the channel redeem points. Yes. I already bought 2 chockies. Wait. Are you talking about Throne? Oh no, if you have, I am so sorry. I have no idea how to set the notifications up. I've been meaning to like figure that out. Like, how do I get people note like purchases to show up on stream so I can thank them? You need to research more into that. I am using Stream Elements. I am not sure how I can integrate that. I have never used Twitch alerts, which I think is what it integrates into. Azayan likes the coin too. You have to pry it off Karo's cold dead. No, no, no. You have to. You can't. Period. You can't. It's inside. Let's digest it. It became part of the lean.
Yeah, no, there's no getting that back.
You add the browser source to OBS directly. Really? I did not get a link. After stream, I need to do that. So whoever bought me stuff on Throne, thank you. I mean it. Goes a long way. So kind of like Two-Face. Nah, me, I have but one side. No. Oh, no, that's my tail. Oh, that's... There we go. Here, Vesper Cam. Face. Oh, you keep on walking into the rails.
Yeah, I've got no sense of, well, space, so.
IT. This one, Vesper. Of course, she's quite sleek in build. Looks very nice, prim and proper. Unlike, well, me, hi. She's taken a certain liking to the work clothes that we have. Well, she's not exactly standard issue at the point because this is supposed to be closed in the middle. But I think it works in our favor, right, chat? Where's the camera? I can't wink to the camera, I think. It's perfect, I'll have you know, says Caro. Go to the Throne website, there should be a browser source. Welcome back, Nafriti. I just really love the face specifically. Of course you do. Why? She's got the whole jagged thingy magic going on from the side, see?
I keep forgetting where the camera's placed. Sorry.
I keep on forgetting where it is too. Alright, I need to take note of that. Where the Throne thing is, so I can get it working next time with no problems. Okay. Pattern. As you can see, I'm a fan of the whole upper jaw, lower jaw are different colors. Now, hi there, Wish Dream, Nova Beast. Yeah, boss, can Vesper flip coins too? I don't.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, he's got his coins, I've got a plushie.
Oh, do you want to see the plushie? Chat, so as you can see, that is a rather familiar looking thing on her hand, isn't it? It's not focusing. Yep. Um, that now that I think about it, it might need clones because now people know what it looks like underneath my clothes.
Oh, no.
So
It's
ignoring
just
that
a
fact,
plushie.
yes, and it's a plushie. It's easily abused with a stretchiness that can be attained. It's yep. Thank goodness that's not a voodoo doll.
Yeah, nope, nope.
When are you making an actual plushie? I don't know. I don't think I don't know. Yes, so Vesper likes to stretch it a whole lot. It also emits light. I think it's called
You want me
night
to show
light.
'em?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. It would be a there you go. So if you notice, it emits light ever so slightly. Like Vesper can like bring it closer to her face, left and right, and then you see what I mean. Perfect for horror maps and worlds.
Yeah. Especially since I can place it wherever I want.
Yes, like a floating in midair. Mm-mm. Oh
It
yes,
doesn't have to follow logic.
the Gabby plush chat. It's a one of a kind thing. Maybe I can bake them into cookies and send them your way, Caro. I'm gonna get. Hmm. Send me one. You guys have to fall in line. If you stretch it, will the owner stretch too? You know, at a point it did. By you like pulling on my face. It was like
Yeah, for a short while I was able to.
I am camping in line. Will you look at that? There's quite a number of you in chat, isn't there? Gosh. Halfway to 100. It's so nice to see all of you. I'm glad you're hanging out during my stream. Makes me wonder why, though. Ooh, maybe not Nafriti. That's weird. What is your accent? I'm Gab. Also, Sky Arts. My goodness, you didn't have to. You have to. Thank you so much for the subscription. 10 million %. Where were we? Ah. Well, there was Carter and Barnes. What world are you in, if I may ask? I'm in District Roboto. Nothing fancy, really. As you can see. Well, as you can't see, there. Probably talking about how chat can buy you lasagna if you go on the throne. There was a period of time, Caro, I think last year, where I was actively campaigning for lasagna. In every stream, what happened was every week I would buy 2 or 3 trays of it, you know, the one that's for like 4 people, and I would eat it. I gained like a few pounds from doing that. So I said, that's gotta stop. I gotta manage how the input is. Why? Because I had to prove it to chat that I was actually eating it. I even remember Axiom, as I've said during my last stream, Axiom Atom, one of my viewers and closer friends. Like he gave like a tip on stream. And then after stream, I said, good night, chat, bye. He immediately DM me, Geb, where's the lasagna? I was like, fine. I went on my phone, put on my clothes, my jacket, whatnot, walked outside to the lasagna place, which is 5 minutes away from my apartment. And I was on video call the whole time. To the point where the lady handed me over the frozen lasagna and then where I heated it up in my microwave. Lasagna's so good. It's so easy to eat, Chan. Geb's overtime by 45. I know, I can't help it. It's having fun on stream. I miss it anyway. 5 kilograms of lasagna, huh?
Dang.
That would, yeah, that would like, mm-hmm.
Alright, so if Karo doesn't mind, I will take up their offer on taking the spot.
Oh, too late. You're about to lose the box. There you go. You got a new cloth. You mean clothes? No, this has always been my alternate one. Why? Haven't seen me in this. There you have it. A bit lower. Let's make it more cinematic with me included. There. No. it's the old one. What was the cute yellow robot that just passed? I don't know, but he has a penchant on running over your toes.
Yeah, that one's not a fan of biological life forms, per se.
Don't let the smile fool you. Gonna run over your beans in no time. Over and over again, I would know. Ugh.
It's a good thing you didn't actually get injured, but ouch.
It's a cleaning bot from. Oh, yeah, right in the ship. Oh, man. Can't believe that movie is so old. Well, by today's standards, at least. It does show a good reflection on what could possibly be our future if uncontrolled overconsumption and whatnot becomes prevalent. A room bot. Your accent is so Pinoy. Kasi Pilipino ako eh. During Ferality, there was a community showcase about the PlayStation 2 and all the nostalgic games you all played on that console 25 years ago. Oh, wow. PlayStation 2, huh? What did I used to play there? Time Splitters, Grand Theft Auto. I actually didn't have much time with it. Maybe because they're expensive. What, a kid like me, I couldn't afford anything back then. When I was in high school, my allowance per week, I had to make, was it $7 or $10? I had to make it fit a whole week. From 7 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Well, my school before. 7 a.m. was the flag ceremony. And then there's a homeroom. And then there's English, science, history, good manners, and right conduct. And this and that.
Man, I always forget you had like good manners and conduct
Of
classes.
course.
Yeah, here in the US, we don't actually have any of those.
Very
That's
telling
just something
of.
our parents are supposed to teach us.
I don't think a lot of kids inherit that from their parents, unfortunately. Here we're taught to be nice and I mean, both in school and by our parents. To be nice, hospitable, and always be humble. That's why whenever we run into like foreigners, like Westerners in particular, we find it shocking how they can be so boisterous and very ungrateful when it comes to a lot of things. No offense, Vesper, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, no, none taken.
No
None
offense.
taken. I know I was like rude as hell when I first met you. And wasn't
Yeah.
even meaning to be.
Yeah, but manners aren't exactly their strong point. No pleases, no thank yous, just give me that, this and that. They feel very entitled in everything they do. Most of them, at least. So,
At least,
Mm.
yeah, especially with like people you'd see in my town. Eh.
but I am thankful for the few good people I actually run into, the genuinely nice ones. Almost hitting the 3 hour and a half. Oh my goodness. You're right. I should probably go skedaddle soon, don't I? I'm sure our resident 2 artists, Sky and, oh wait, Red and Caro, surely are bored out of their minds at this point. I already miss him. I haven't even closed the stream. Ugh. Again, I'm surprised people. I'm surprised at people that linger long in a just chatting stream. From what I've observed, it's normally a just hi, hello, a you're cool, or this is my day, and then they leave. But for somebody to sit down along with me the entire time, I am equally surprised as I am thankful. So Canadian politeness is a feature according to Mitzi. Or so I've heard. Bored my left butt. What about the other one? It's a 50-50 thing, I see. There's a clear divide in between. Right.
Yeah, put that one on the burner.
Yeah, I I just did. Sorry.
Put that one on the burner.
I'm so sorry. A clear divide in between. Mm.
Jeff
Oh.
can't catch a break.
Firehawk says, I always try to be kind and respectful to people online, especially those I don't know. I have a very limited relationship. Like you, good. You're a good kid, Firehawk. I'm having lunch. I go eat. There's a clear divide. One is blue, one is red. I'm talking about Caro's emote. The eyes. My butt is broken. It has a it has a crack in it. I don't know if that can be patched up. Tape ain't fixing it. Oh. Oh, don't feel bad, driver. It's okay. Oh, a ravine, a crevice. Oh, chat. Oh, same seas. Mine's got a whole a whole new world. Yes. Hi there, Fulf. Ah, it's a moon. That's true. I remember in grade school, I used to moon people. So it was just me and my best friend, the last two people in our school bus, and we were sitting in the back. And we didn't exactly have the highest intelligence score back then. It was nothing but funnies and laughs. So we would put our butts against the against the window of the bus, much to the driver's annoyance. Oh.
Oh gosh, I didn't realize how dirty that was too.
I know, but it was so funny. You know when things are so funny, you're laughing, you're crying, you're drooling with the sticky drool from how hard you're laughing, and you have like high blood pressure from it. Yes. You know, I miss those times. Hard to laugh the same way nowadays. Now we know why you were in manners class. Our streamer has had such wonderful experiences, chat. Oh, look, I've existed in this plane of existence for quite the amount of time. And certainly, for sure, I have had said humorous occurrences during my youth. Oh my god, I'm using the term during my youth. When I was younger, oh god, I'm so old. I'm a grandpa. No. Not that old. I still have black hair in my head, Chan. But back in my
That old
day.
anyways.
Ah. Good night, Sir Goofa. Goofa D's. Oh my god. Ooh. Almost slipped right there. Look at Vesper instead. I miss my grandparents as Jack. I miss grandma too. But I'm sure she's having a fine and dandy time wherever the next DLC is. She's finished the main campaign. And work with me. Fine. There we go. Yeah, what about them? Take care of your
Also,
joints,
stop
Chan.
by.
Hmm? My friends list is bug. None of it doesn't say you're online, and I'm not seeing any of the invites. It's a VR
yeah,
chat thing.
Mecha requested off of me, so I
Oh.
accepted.
Yeah. Let him in. Of course. Let's bring him the hello. There we go. I can't believe you're not letting me in. Do you guys even? Yep, that's lipstick 14. Do you guys play VR chat? I'm curious. Yep, that's lipstick 14. You do? Do you
Oh.
wanna make your I see. Excellent choice of choosing to play. Totally not keen on being friends or anything.
Come on, Gav.
What?
I know you wanna.
Oh, they don't even have avatars yet, Vesper. Maybe when they're in and they're complete with their stuff, then
Well,
invite
true.
them
We don't want to rush them.
for acquaintanceship. Yes. Fry says, VR chat. What's that? I'm totally not an FBT index user. Oh yes, you have all the badges, Fry. I'm sure you're always on orange or red. Says the guy always on orange. Driver says, I want to, but my social skills suck. So as much as I wanted, something more instinctive keeps me from playing VR chat. Did you know I too started as one of those shy guys that are like, you know, just in front of a mirror, and then like a rando comes in. Like, hi.
Yeah, even I would do that. I would just be sitting there quietly, just staring at the ground, and people would just
was.
walk right past me.
But when I entered VR chat, unlike Vesper, I had no friends. I entered VR chat blindly. First day I walked to the Avatar Dynamics testing chamber thing, the one from the VR chat world on the right, and I started talking with randos. Was also their first time getting into VR chat. Like, wow, look at that! You can see her hands. It's magic. And then after that, a few days, I went into the furry hideout and I mirror dwelled there for a good month or so. Until I said, you know what? I'm gonna start streaming. And then here it is. But I get why the mirror dwelling part is nice though, because well, not I'm not exceptional in avatar making by any means. I only made one from scratch, and if you saw it before, then cool. But I was proud of my work. I said, you know, I studied hard for a month, just solely on YouTube. I had zero knowledge in 3D, and I somehow got things to work in game, and that's cool. And I get to interact with other people with it. So yeah. Yes, I was a mirror dweller. I befriended random people. I was just I was just there. I've only really gained like friends after I started streaming. That's where I managed to meet Axiom. I also meet Mecha. I meet like Vesper over here. So yeah, pretty cool. I guess streaming was the correct decision because I would have never met fantastic people like them or you guys. I'm doing good, Nanashi. Well.
Look
And
who's
there
up.
we have it.
Hi.
Because I couldn't before. Mecha raid, let's go! Look, it's
Hi.
Gab, let's go! Hi.
This is
Hi,
one of the
man.
friends I was
Oh,
talking
wait.
about.
Here.
Hold
We'll
on,
hang
hold
out
on,
over here,
hold on,
so-
hold on.
Oh,
Let me
wait,
have
okay, camera time.
a proper. There we go. All of us in one
Thank
shot.
you.
Chat, that is Mechatronic
Oh.
Dragon. One of my closest friends ever. He's jolly, he's pure hearted, he dances exceptionally, and he is absolutely single, chat. So yeah, there we have it.
One day I have to find a special lady out there. One day. It's taking its time.
Chat,
But yes. No,
he's such a sweet guy. He's such a sweet, caring guy. And he's the type to never really
Right.
give up in any of his ambitions. Yes, Fry, I'm deflecting you to. Anyway, yes.
what?
So yes. Look, chat, how many people do I have in my circle? You're looking at probably 50% of it at this point, or 40. I have that little friends, in all honesty.
Sorry.
Not that I mean like I'm a loner, but there you go, Mechas in the
Oh.
box. There, as I was talking about.
Mecha. Instead of a jack in a box,
mean,
it's
Doctor-
box. It's mecha in the box.
Yeah.
Boxes. I mean, it works. I fit just about.
Yeah,
Hi.
just careful.
If it fits, it sits. Yes.
Oh,
Mecha is cute, says Shizuku. Of course he is.
you're
100%.
breathtaking. You're breathtaking, and you're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
Thank you.
But yeah. So
No, you. You're right.
If I had a reverse card, that'd be good right now. But I don't. I'll have to quickly draw one.
There's
I
no
do.
pens.
There might not be pens here, but if I take a photo quickly, zoom it out, 5 seconds, pretend I'm holding something, then quickly draw it later on, it'll work. There we go.
there we go.
There we go.
That was an impromptu photo.
Also,
What?
you had a bunch of talented artists in before. One individual did really good artwork really quick. Wow.
I was surprised with the output Caro did. Yeah, Caro, he's here in chat right now. They're
Well
the
done,
one
Carol.
screenshot. It's like 30 seconds later, full body art. Like, what?
Yeah, crikey.
What? Yeah, precisely.
Well done. But to everyone out there as well doing squiggles and things, keep up doing your squiggles. It's good fun. Yes.
Precisely. Did you know, Mecha? I was actually looking up to this particular artist more than a year ago before streaming. I was like a nobody just lurking, like liking their
Oh.
posts and whatnot. It's like, oh, maybe one. It'd be great if one day we became friends. you know that
yeah.
sort of deal. And then all of a sudden, ooh, they show up on stream. Like, oh my goodness. Mildly panic.
Awesome.
But yeah. Mecha here too does a lot of doodles. He was the one who did. You know what? We're gonna do it again. I'm gonna show it. Whoops! Nah, that
I
one.
tried to quickly do something. To be fair, I was half setting up for a squiggle stream at the same time.
Really?
But yes, that's why I tried raiding you earlier, but Twitch wasn't quite working for me at the time. Ah, well,
There you go,
but it's fine.
chat. See, that's Mecha. Mecha made that. That's him. That's the box.
I don't know what you're showing, but yes,
It's
maybe
the thing you sent me.
perhaps, Maybe.
Mm-hmm. It's the
But no,
same picture.
I
Same
heard you
picture.
crying. Yeah, I do little squiggles, and I don't really know what I'm doing half the time, but it's a bit of fun.
It's charming. Look, the other day I was making you an example, or the other stream. They were asking, what makes like an artist an artist? And then I gave a fair argument that there's a difference between an artist and a professional one. A professional one is as a certain caliber because they're being employed or paid for their services. But an artist could be anybody, regardless of skill. And one such example is Mecha. Mecha may not exactly draw the Mona Lisa, as you can see in the art, but it is
Yeah.
full of charm and love. And that matters to me more than anything, really. I can say I'm one of his
crikey.
biggest fans. Yeah. Vesper draws too. I love her art.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been a while,
crikey.
so I definitely do need to draw again sometime soon.
Caro says a
Okay.
professional one is an artist drained of all whimsy. Ah, the soulless ones, yeah. Yep. When you draw not because you want to, but because you have to. Mm.
I mean,
And it's for other
that's
people.
Why at least I've heard, the moment you pursue your passion as a career, it automatically kills that passion. So you have to be very careful in what you do.
Yeah, that's sort of true. I mean, all I
And
did,
determined.
and determined. Oh, chat.
I mean, to be fair, you remain determined. You got things.
Yeah.
Don't lose the love for things when you start with it in the first place. It'd be sad if you're something you're passionate about and all of a sudden you now dread to do it. Hmm. Caro says, "Yep, I am happy with my job, but the moment somebody says they want to do this, I am the biggest hater." Ah, yes. Have you ever had the super nitpicky clients in comms? You're midway. Oh yeah, can you change this? No, I don't like how the foot looks. And yeah, those types. The best are the ones that are super happy when you give them to you. It's like you gave them $1 million when you show them progress. No, never. Oh, I ran into one. It's like, ugh, I'm never not worth the comb. I was working with somebody then. Lucky that you haven't. Wonderful that your clientele have been all excellent people. Speaking of clientele, we are dancing today.
Who? What about VR dancing? Huh?
Were you in VR
We're
dancing
dancing?
today?
You
Mecca?
dancing? We're going
no,
dancing?
no,
What?
no. I was asking you in VR dancing.
Ah, it's good dancing where you can. We dance. Well, I try to dance once a week where I can.
Oh,
But
doctor's orders.
other than that, I'm like dancing wherever I can in spare time. But no, it's good.
Oh, Nev,
Lots to learn, and I
sarcasm.
think-
Okay. No, I was asking if you did today. That's why you're in VR chat. Or just
Oh, today?
Yes.
No, it would actually be tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow.
Wednesday. Thursday. It's Thursday.
Asia Pacific sessions on. Yes, that's the one I try to keep an eye on because it's good fun. It's close to Australia. Let's go.
When did you start the family, Gib? Presenting my child.
Okay, with that, I'm getting out. Oh gosh, out of the box.
Oh
What did I just
my
step on?
god. Oh, it's just
Oh,
like a
careful.
crib. No, it's a box. It's his it's not a crib. Oh my god, Chad.
That's a fully grown man.
Don't mind me knocking
So
on
fu-
something in the background as well. We'll cry.
Fun fact, if you know how old Mecha is, I am a year apart from him.
We've
And that's
been
a
around
secret.
in the realms for a while, so to speak.
For a
one could
while.
say.
Yep, our TV monitors were yellowing and they made the funny sound when you turned it on.
I mean, fair. Also, we were around when they weighed the equivalent of a house. The
Oh
TV
god, oh yeah, the CR. Oh my god.
Just trying to remove one of them. I got you, and then just fall forward slowly.
You knew your computer
Oh,
was
that's what it is.
working when it was making the funny clicky sounds and the red light. The HDD light, you remember that? Yep.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh, all things I
cat
grew
too.
up with, even if I'm on the younger end of all our friends.
Vesper is actually the youngest among the crew. It doesn't mean she's any less smarter, though. Obviously, wisening up with each passing day and opportunity, but all the while a very capable gal.
Yeah, I try my best.
When did Mecha appear? He likes to appear at random. He's like that NPC that will sell you random stuff that you can't quite
I'll
miss.
randomly appear.
Where is that camera?
Though if you mention dating and robotics in the same sentence, the likelihood of me appearing significantly increases.
That's true. That's how you summon him. Dancing is his very lifeblood, chat. It's something inseparable from his character, his soul. That's why when the doctor told him to take it easy,
I saw that
Yes,
stare.
easy.
No, I was told to take it easy for leggies and things. It
Mhm.
was quite frustrating, but yes, definitely took it easy. Kind of. Don't tell the doctor.
Mecca. Don't make me send Mystic after you.
When the doctor advises you not to use a joint, you probably should listen. Oh, he went to the shop. Okay, don't mind him, chat.
So maybe send Mystic after you again, okay?
No, Mystic's already had a word.
No, come back.
But yes,
Cheers.
And yes, one day, it'll be a pleasure to have lots of dancing, but that'll be one day in the future.
Yes, and the exercise that I relayed it to Vesper yesterday. So maybe we can
Yes.
plan thing by this weekend. Let's make effort to it.
Yes.
Maybe Saturday.
Yes, before the numbers of reps that we need to do go
I
beyond the
was
triple
stre-
digits.
It's a full exercise at that point, a full hour and a half session. Yes.
Hmm. To be
Gosh,
fair,
Yeah.
yoga is also.
Fitness only lasted like what half
I'm
an
game. I
hour?
want to try that. Yeah, we can like
Yeah.
mix it up. We can
Oh,
do a
yoga?
little
Yes.
exercise and then the yoga because
I've
I
been
do
meaning to
need the
try.
flexibility things. Chat, you
Yeah,
may
I
be
know,
lost what we're
I
talking
can't
about.
do much. Sorry,
We- Do you want to tell them about Soaring Fitness? You see, we used to do VR workouts together since last year. Vesper joined in late,
Yeah.
but couldn't because of her schedule with school. But now she's free. So we're working on a new schedule, which we can work out together again, exercise. Just, body resistance training, body weight exercises. It actually helps a lot in VR with just us friends.
Mhm.
Because we keep on missing the official one, the Soaring Fitness one.
Yeah, time and things like that make it
And-
tricky for
yeah.
everyone. And
Yes,
I mean, it's possible to
I-
catch them, but it's
Yeah.
tricky.
yeah.
that's true.
And it doesn't help that I get anxious around other people. So.
Oh, yeah.
Understandable.
I am very rigid at this point. I cannot even yeah, that's it. I can't lift my leg up
To be
anymore.
fair, I can't quite do the
Sora,
splits
yeah.
as far as I
Could be four. Before I could almost touch the ground.
I
but
can't
I'm
do that. I'm
getting
gonna.
there.
Oh, wait, no. I'm
No, don't get her. Don't get her.
No, careful, wait, careful. I've been dancing and stuff. Don't hurt yourself.
I was wearing socks on a slippery floor and it just did that. Oh my god!
I have no choice in this matter.
Slide.
my pelvis was making submarine stress sounds. I was unprepared, chat. I was so
That's
unprepared.
the spirit, Vesp. Just careful.
Yeah, Vesper got it. Did you
Got it.
pull your gun? No. There was a bit of an
Oh my
overstretch.
God. I
I'm
forget.
good.
You good?
My god.
Oh my gosh.
We're losing hull integrity, Captain. Yeah, precisely what went on. So you know how the Titanic just started splitting? Yeah, it was at the point before it broke in half.
Oh my
That was my
Oh,
pelvis.
Yeah.
Oh.
Structural failure. You gotta be built like Mecha with omnidirectional joints.
Bill like
Yes.
me. Oh my gosh, the finest of robotic parts found from the nearby scrap heap. Yes.
Yes. Oh.
Goodness gracious.
But yeah, we need to plan the fitness thing again.
Definitely. Crikey.
Because I'm working on a new
Yeah.
sked too, which is more dynamic and I'm more free. Vesper's more free too, right? So definitely.
Yeah.
All right. To any and all would-be friends, if and when you want to join the workout and we're good, you're free to join. It would be fun. Me.
Yeah, a little exercise for giggles.
Yeah. Gotta take it easy though. Oh my god. Don't know 4 sets on day one.
Gradually build yourself up.
Oh,
You know,
God.
remove some of the sets we need to do by just slowly working up, I think.
We have like different weak points. So Mecha has a hard time with push-ups in specifically, right?
Yeah, push-ups and the arm stuff with the right arm.
Yeah, because
Nerve
of him.
damage is a thing. Take care of your buddies out there, everyone. Don't injure yourself.
And that's coming from me. And that oh my
Means
God.
something if it's
I'm the
Mecha
one that's more
saying it.
likely to run into a wall.
Yeah.
Me, I've just got unstable joints, so that's
It
also
tends
why
to
it's
slide
important for me.
around. Yep. She's like a structural beam with bolts not tightened properly. And that's for me. I have a hard time doing the damn leg raises thingy. It's like, oh. That's where I run out of stamina real quick. Oh no, the wall climbers. That's
Oh,
where I
you mean
find it
the-
hard. Oh, yeah,
Hang
the
on, I think I know
bum
which one
bum
you're talking about.
bum
T-pose.
bum. Yeah, the bum bum. Yeah.
Oh,
The where it's like this, and you're going
I always
tip,
substitute
tap,
that with
tap. That
oh,
one.
mountain.
Yeah, yeah,
Mountain
precisely.
climbers?
Yeah, that's fun. They do take a lot of effort. It's fine for the first couple, then you start to feel it afterwards.
The first
Very-
sip.
Yeah, no, my issue is I slide. Whee.
Oh, yes. Oof.
Oh, there are
Sorry, I
you
was just-
people. How do you lift weights in
Hmm?
VR? Oh, ideally, you
Uh,
put the
well,
knuckle
I
straps
mean-
on, the wrist straps,
Hang on,
right?
here, I'll just grab one of the weights right now. 1 kilogram weight. Well, I mean, currently I'm holding it and the controller at the same time, but it depends on how you want to go about it. Otherwise, you kind of throw one controller to one side.
Yep.
Get there,
and-
and then you're so like right now I'm holding onto the weight and doing the exercise.
yes.
But
you don't want to break your hand controllers or limbs or anything. Alright, Kev?
Look, man, I don't have the funny ring that the index. I'm not using the index right now. I'm using the Quest Pro again. I don't want to break that expensive set.
Yes, no, understandable.
That's it. I'm gonna eat my last gummy. Also, yes, Red, I am Filipino as well. From the Philippines, East, like Australia, pure-blooded and everything, as you can hear and see. And Vesper is very much American.
Yeah, if you can already tell from the accent.
I just watch him drop to the ground and pick up a weight. No shake of controller flailing around. Well, because he was also
Well-
holding the thing, right? The controller.
yeah, so I mean, well, it wasn't a heavy weight or anything like that. I mean, I use it to keep the door open so that everything's like where it should
Correct.
be and the door doesn't move in the play space. Could you imagine how hazardous that would be if I'm already running into walls and filing cabinets, running into a door that's half open? It'd be game over for me.
Yes. Oh, whoa, we're almost at our 4-hour mark, chat. You know, as fun and lively as this is, yes, almost at 4 hours.
Crikey.
I know. Good, good. Most of the regulars are gone and my viewer count is going down. Yes, I can end stream soon. Mm. But yes, 5 minutes and we gotta go. So, a question to Mecha. Triber is asking, what headset are you using?
Oh, me. I'm using a
Valve Index that was second hand and has survived me falling over, tumbling over, running into walls, getting wedged between a filing cabinet over the course of 3 years, and it's still functional headset. Yes.
It has survived the rough and tumble.
It still
Literally.
works.
It's barely. I'm occasionally getting audio cutouts at this point, but it's fine.
That's why we're
So
saving
yes, I'm
up
using
for
an
a new
Index.
one.
Yeah, I need to save up for some sort of thing, but we'll see how it goes. But yes, Valve Index is a good little headset.
Specifically those controller things as well.
I
Especially
can
if
I
you've got,
so
like, hands.
Mecha, who's played VR chat for years, is still stuck with this archaic but dependable technology, but it's
yeah.
starting to fall apart. I cannot wait for him to try like a Quest 3 at the very least, as I've told him before.
An
Experience.
interesting concept.
It's a concept to him at this point, but we're gonna make it happen. You know, I keep on telling my friends this. You know, if I was wealthier, or if my like really well, I would just like get you that headset. Period. I just really want you to uplift you that much.
Aw.
Yeah, I mean it.
You know what? I'd think it'd be even cooler to be able to head over there with a barbecue. Barbecue time,
Everybody, come on, Vesper, going over to
One
get
day, one day, promise we're gonna have that barbecue one day. Okay, we're gonna bridge
Ah.
cross the land masses of this planet. Gonna do that backyard thing.
Heck yeah. For now, though, we can vibe here.
Precisely,
There's a
it's just as
barbecue around here.
good.
I'm gonna look for a barbecue. I'll be back. Is there a barbecue around here?
Well, there goes Mecha
Need to know
chat.
if there's a barbecue here. Hang on. You guys wait.
So those, well, that's one of my friends, chat. Now you know. Good night, Firehawk. Ah, don't pull any strings, Fry. Not pretty. Wonderful friend, yes. Tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. Sort of deal. Funny how Mecha befriends almost everybody. A bit too eagerly.
Oh my gosh. Bruh.
It's like the Labrador. You know how we have like a dog, like a good boy, and then like a mugger walks in the house. And... yeah.
Well, if somebody was gonna rob me or something like that, and they had like something dangerous, I say, how about have a cup of tea instead? We can discuss it first. At least I hope that would work. Probably not really.
Now you see what I mean, chat, but Mecha's a bit too pure and nice, even more so than me. So
I like to think of the positives, even if it might bite
he
me in the
likes
rear
to
end.
think of the positives. There you go. That's his like positive trait. His negative trait, he likes to think of the positives. It's the same thing.
It's a
Oh
dual
my
edged
It's a dual-edged sword. But Mecha is truly one
I
of the nicest
suppose.
people. The sweetest ones I've ever met. No
you-
homo, I mean it in that way.
Cry. Also, there is a grill up there. Does a grill count as a barbecue?
There is, isn't it?
Oh, 'cause
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
the
grill is
burger
like
stand over
barbecue is
there.
a bar- Actually, hang on. Chat,
You,
is a grill a barbecue, and is a barbecue a grill, or not quite? The real questions. Oh my gosh.
technically, they're separate things. Barbecue is what you put on the grill, right? But to grill or to barbecue, they are the same things, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that
Right?
kind of makes sense. Yeah, actually, no, you got a point. He has a point, okay.
It's a joke. It's a joke among us, Carol.
Oh, like deep questions. Oh my gosh, questioning my Australian lineage. Oh, no.
Do you want to check out the barbecue place? We can like migrate there real quick.
I mean, yeah, it's just up there.
Oh, well,
Although
before
I
we end
suppose it
stream
is more
chat,
just
we're
like a
gonna
grill stand.
location change.
Just wobble up here.
Yep. Hold on.
Oh, Gab, you've got to get that loading screen thing at some point. That'd be hilarious.
What
You did
loading
an
screen?
Awesome job making that little video.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah, Beth, you did great too in the video. It works so
As we're
well.
going.
Let's do like different versions of that. I feel like that would be great. Oh my god.
All right, come on, lead the way.
Just up here.
Okay. Oh, whoa. You're incorporeal. Okay.
It's more of a little stand than an actual barbecue thing.
There we go. This is what Mega was talking about. Alrighty, so what do we have here? That's that ain't much, is it?
It's not much, and it's probably been here
Hmm.
for a little bit too long. You know, maybe just a couple of
No.
days.
A couple of days. He's stuck in his. Even though his customers aren't here anymore, he still goes through the motions, right? It's old habits die hard.
Exactly.
Even if it's like 100 years old and reconstituted at this point, but yeah.
They're giving it a shot. That's the spirit.
Well,
but
what's
I don't
on the
think
menu?
We should.
It's hot
You can see
dogs.
pixelated goodness and followed by more pixelated goodness.
Hot dogs, pretzels, what I assume are burgers.
Oh yeah, pretzels.
Yep.
Hmm. I wonder what the
Oh,
deep fried
yeah,
pretzel
Chandler.
was. That an edible product?
I suppose it is.
I'm sure it is.
I mean, they
Huh.
deep fry Oreos, they deep fry ice cream.
That's the Costco menu.
Oreos?
Is it?
What?
Yes. Yes.
It's like it's like fair food.
Oh.
Huh. I'm learned in it.
Bear food, like the Coney Island stuff? Is that
Yeah,
what you mean?
kind of.
Oh.
Like we have like every summer there's this
County fair. where they bring like a bunch of like amusement park rides and all that, which are
Gotcha.
questionably set up, so you don't know if they're actually safe or not. There's like
Okay.
all
Oh,
sorts of
no.
things, like carnival games. They bring in animals, teach some kids about like farm shit.
Costco in the Philippines.
Costco and
You go, wait, what?
wait, what?
Goodness gracious. Oreos was
It's a British thing.
Hello. I decided to open up so I can see as well, chat.
Don't you have
Huh.
like the equivalent of Costco, which was like, what was it, Bunnings?
Bunnings sells kind of more like hardware, power tools, garden equipment, and some plants.
Oh, that kind.
so much
Okay, I
food.
have that. Here we got it, Ace
Mm.
Hardware.
But at the front, they have something not quite as glamorous as this, but usually a little tent where you can get some sausages and other things like that. And it helps support a local charity usually, depending on where the Bunnings is in Australia.
Mm.
But it's good, especially if you spent 6 hours looking for the part that you couldn't find and decided to buy 8 other things you didn't need. But yeah!
Yes.
Yeah, that's just how one of those big old warehouse stores go, anyways. Coming in for one
Yes.
thing, can't find it, buy 8 other things.
Ah, I never knew I needed those.
2 paint tins over there that were on discount, including that coat hanger over there for some reason.
Oh.
But yes, it is a nice little store. But we did have Costco over here locally for a little bit, which was neat. I did get to
Oh.
see that once.
There we go. So we
Yes,
can see.
you aren't kidding. Those TVs are like the size of this entire thing, and they're just selling like 50 of them for like a super
Mhm.
price or something. It's like, whoa.
Because
It's a cool
these flat
TV, but I don't
screens
think I've got a.
get phased out really quick. Like a year later, it's like old.
I suppose, yeah. Wow.
So they have like clearance
also-
sales and everything real quick.
The cookies!
Okay.
I couldn't eat them, but there was like
Oh, get the
a box
gluten
of
stuff.
cookies and they're
Right.
like-
the cookies.
Oh, you want to buy some cookies? Yeah, go buy the 565 pack. It's like, whoa,
Oh no.
so many cookies. Whoa.
Don't get me started on those Christmas tins of popcorn too. They're like ridiculously big.
Pins?
It was an eye opener. Never seen such a concept.
Yeah, the quantum dot and the new layered OLED stuff.
Mm. You could probably even find a stand like this at a Costco if you're lucky enough.
I'm getting
Do it
hungry.
yourself.
And just thinking about these things, I could really go for a
Okay,
smoked
we can,
sausage
kind
sandwich
of
right now.
Move over here where it's a bit calmer, less bright, and not quite as food oriented if you prefer.
Go in. How you doing, buddy? Catch anything this past 100 years? Oh,
I think all the fish are dead, so I don't think so.
Actually, you might have.
A point. Unless that's not water, that's just like.
guess we're going to walk
oil.
around the district.
Even though we have.
Costco should be renamed to
wow, we're
Ubisma.
already at the 4-hour mark.
I don't know if this thing works, but I think it might. Kind of. I don't think it does actually.
Hey,
Kind of hard to see.
I like how enthusiastic Mecca is about the whole field trip that's going on.
I don't think this.
Sorry if my stream took a turn for the unusual chat. Are you having fun with this format, chat? The little extra post-stream things with friends. Let me know your opinions. Are we gonna push Mecca into the wall? Of course not. He would short out.
No.
He's not
No, you don't have to push me
IP68
into the
certified.
water. I mean, I can go on my own accord.
Yeah,
Trip
no, hold
whip.
on, whoop.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh. Uh-oh.
I'm fine.
You're fine. Okay.
Good.
I suppose maybe that is.
Hi, Nard. I am anything but a Nardorak.
You know, Axiom, some Nargothrond.
5 minutes past the threshold. How do I do this properly?
Ooh, there's a moon.
Whoa, lighting. Anyway, I think here by the docks is a good time for us friends to say goodbye. Thank you for joining us in today's stream. It was fun. I'm glad you got to see a whole load of Vesper, a whole load of Mecha, and yeah. So, you want to say your goodbyes? Let's start with Mecha, Vesper, and then me.
Okay.
Before we end. Come
Take
on,
care,
buddy.
everyone. Thank you for joining, Gib. And I don't know what to say.
Shy. He needs
All
a
right.
girl.
This is my
Okay.
turn. All right. Bye, chat. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and be sure to sleep plenty. Bye.
You have it, chat. As for me, nothing fancy. You clearly kept me company for almost double the amount I would normally stream. Thank you for that, especially to those that supported. I will also see you day after tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Karo, Sky, Kendall, everybody, thank you so much. No, I really have to thank you guys for making my stream much more jolly compared to the usual. It's also the first time I really showcased any art in my stream. It was well worth showing everybody your lovely doodles. You definitely got me with them KFC legs. I'm gonna reserve my comments till after stream. Sky Arts is just as equally as cool. So yeah, I'm not gonna prolong things. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I'll catch you next time, chat. Day after tomorrow, okay? Is what I said to TikTok. Now as for Twitch, let's see who's online. Who can we raid? We're gonna raid? No, I get social. But I raid. Who's online anyway? Soaring Fitness is online. Caro is online. No, Kaz. Kaz is online. What's he do? Wow, that is that is a creepy baby. I did not need to see. That's not a baby. That's a lady. Kaz has such a beautiful bat model. What is that pastel color? Oh my goodness. I'm not sure chat wants to see what I'm looking at right now as much as I admire this person. Oh. Do you want me to drop you over? Sure, why not? All right, let's do it again. Fun. Let's do it properly. Let us network / good night, Nafriti. / what is this spelling? All right, chat. I'm gonna bring you over to a fantastically looking bat. They're really nice. Be prepared, though. They're playing a bit of horror, so take the next 20 seconds to hop off if you're not ready for it. But if not, well. Oh, it's not entering. Enter. Dang. Oh my goodness, the jump scares. I'm having second thoughts. Oh man, let's raid at the right time. Come on, in 3. Oh yeah, raid message. How do you do it? Let's just do what Kara did. Gabe raid. Gabe. Oh god, there's my name. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.